In about 1 minute, we will start recording. And transmitting directly in YouTube. Buenos días a todas y todos y bienvenidos al cuarto día de nuestro tercer coloquio de Epistemología, primer Congreso Internacional de Lógica, Epistemología y Metodología, ofrecido por la Escuela de Filosofía de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Gracias por compartir su tiempo con nosotros y muchas gracias en particular a nuestro primer speaker de hoy, el profesor Hannes Leitgeb, para estar con nosotros. Ahora, muy rápidamente, me presentaré el programa del día, en particular el programa de esta mañana. Expondré después muy rápidamente las reglas fundamentales, todo esto otra vez en inglés, y después le brindaré una breve presentación de nuestro huésped en inglés. La conferencia, la exposición del profesor Leitgeb será completamente en inglés, así como las preguntas y las respuestas al final del talk. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for being with us in this fourth day of our third colloquium of epistemology, first International Congress of Logic, Epistemology and Methodology, offered by the Escuela de Filosofía, School of Philosophy of the University of Costa Rica. Thank you very much for sharing your time with us, and thank you very much to our first speaker of today, Professor Hannes Leitgeb. I will tell you now a couple of rules, and I will show you the program of the day. And then I will introduce in English our speaker, because the whole talk will be in English, so as the question and answer at the end of the talk. Las simples reglas, entonces, recuérdense por favor de mantener el micrófono apagado durante toda la exposición. Después de la exposición tendremos un tiempo para preguntas y respuestas. Para hacer preguntas, por favor, envíen a mí personalmente en el chat la palabra question o la letra Q, de manera que yo pueda seguir un orden cronológico. So please maintain your microphone switched off during the whole talk. If you want to make questions to the professor, please write to me privately in the chat the word question or just the letter Q, so I can follow a chronological order you to do it. I'll show you right now a little bit the program. Just a second, please. searching for the, yes, here I have it. Excuse me, the slow times of my organization. So here we are. I hope you see my page. We'll have Professor Lightgeb as first speaker, then Professor Annalisa Colliva. First conference from 9 o'clock till 11 o'clock, and then from 11 o'clock till 1 o'clock in Costa Rica time. Then we'll have half an hour question and answer to give a feedback to Professor Kasia Yashut about her talk on Monday, because on Monday, due to a connection problem, we didn't have time to give her an appropriate feedback. Estas son las exposiciones del día de hoy, serán todas en inglés. La primera, profesor Lightgeb, la segunda, Annalisa Colliva, la profesora Colliva, y al final la profesora Yachot por la media hora para brindarle preguntas y respuestas en relación a su exposición del lunes, que tuvo problemas de conexión. Ok, voy a presentar rápidamente nuestro huésped. I will introduce our guest and we can start immediately. I'm sorry for the long time. There were a couple of things I wanted to say today. Professor Hannes Lightgeb is an Austrian philosopher and mathematician. He's professor of philosophy at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich and has received a Humboldt Chair in 2010. His research areas include logic, epistemology, philosophy of mathematics, philosophy of language, cognitive science, philosophy of science, and the history of philosophy, in particular logical positivism, Carnap and Quine. He's very much in favor of a mathematical or formal philosophy. By this we mean the application of logical and mathematical methods in philosophy. In 2014, Professor Lightgeb became a member of the Accademia Europea, and in 2016, of the German National Academy of Sciences, Leopoldina. We remember under his books, Inference on the Low Level and Investigation into Deduction, 2004, The Stability of Belief, How Rational Belief Coeres with Probability, 2017. In Preparation, Logical Empiricism, a Methodological Proposal. So as Logik für Philosophen, eine Einführung in der klassische Sagen und Prädikatenlogik. Today, we will have a talk about merely expressive devices. The semantic will throw new lights on various important philosophical debates, such as the viability of analytics and the metaphilosophical status of logic and metaphysics. Thank you very much, Professor Lightgeb. I give you the floor.
Thanks so much, Lorenzo, for this very, very nice introduction. And more generally, thanks so much to the organizers. It's a real pleasure. Thanks for having me. What I'm going to speak about today is part of a bigger project. It's a book project in which I want to revive logical empiricism, which does not mean, so don't worry too much. Yeah, it doesn't mean that I'm going to revive all of it or buy into all of it. Of course, they made various mistakes that need correction. I'm not going to reject metaphysics and all of that, but it's still, if things work well, something that's close enough to a, let's say, Carnapian version of logical empiricism, a logical empiricism that was advocated by Rudolf Carnap, one of the main proponents of logical empiricism back then. And part of it is a sub-project on merely expressive devices, which will be my focus today. So that you won't hear that much about the bigger project, and let's keep it between us, okay? Because people might think I'm crazy. So unofficially, you know what it's really about, but officially it's just this tiny thing on merely expressive devices, and that's all. Especially, don't tell Tim about my bigger project because he might not like it. Okay. Oh, hi Tim. Yeah. All right. Let me share my slides. So I hope you can see them fine. merely expressive devices. What do I mean by that? So these are linguistic items, something in language. And by a merely expressive device, I mean a linguistic part of a sentence, say A, such that that part plays a role in determining the proposition that is expressed by that sentence A. Think of propositions as sets of possible worlds. So the linguistic part that I will call a merely expressive device, it will play a role in determining the set of possible worlds that will be expressed by a sentence in which that merely expressive device occurs syntactically. But that will be it. There's nothing over and above that a merely expressive device will do. In particular, it will not play any role whatsoever in determining the truth condition of the proposition it helped to express. Okay, so once it has helped us to determine the proposition that is expressed by a sentence, its job is done. Whether that proposition then is true or not, the truth conditions of the proposition, the merely expressive device has nothing any longer to do with that. Okay. Now you might think at this point, are there merely expressive devices? Is there a point in driving a wedge between a proposition and the truth conditions of a proposition? For the time being, and that will later also be my first example, think of logical operators. For example, think of the disjunction symbol, right? The or symbol. I want to say that's a typical case, a paradigm case of a merely expressive device. So you can use the disjunction symbol to help yourself to express a proposition. Think of a sentence that you formulate. A sentence includes a disjunction symbol, and you express thereby a proposition. You grasp a thought, as it were. But once you have determined that proposition, the disjunction symbol has nothing to do anymore with the truth conditions of the proposition thereby expressed. In particular, it doesn't represent anything in the world. It's not that in order to determine whether that proposition is true or false, you would need to search for anything in the world that corresponds to the disjunction symbol. There is no disjunction symbol entity waiting out there in the world for you to be discovered. So I don't think that's a new thought, not at all. In fact, I think of the idea that logical operators are merely expressive devices as something like the traditional account of logical symbols. A paradigm case instance where you find that stated in very similar terms is Wittgenstein in the Tractatus, where he says that his Grundgedanke, his basic thought is that the logischen Konstanten nicht vertreten, that the logical constants do not represent. And that's very roughly what I have in mind too when I call the logical symbols merely expressive devices. What I will do in the talk now is I want to rationally reconstruct such devices, so make what I just said a bit more precise, a bit more systematic, and then apply what we get thereby. And the main way of doing that will be, I will introduce what I call conceptual frameworks. So those will be my tools by which I will make this talk about merely expressive devices clearer and more precise and more systematic, I hope. These conceptual frameworks basically consist of two parts. There will be a purely mathematical part. So that's represented by this square here. And then there will be a component which I will call a label. So something in the world about which we want to reason or talk in that conceptual framework. And if you take these two components together, the purely mathematical structural component and the worldly component, you bunch them together, you get what I call a conceptual framework. Now, if you start with a sentence like this one here, A, then what the sentence will do ultimately is determine a set of entities in the purely mathematical part of the framework. And these entities I will call possible worlds. So A will determine an intention, right? A set of possible worlds, as we have it in regular intentional semantics. But don't think of these worlds here as anything metaphysical. So in my case, in my conceptual framework, they will be purely mathematical structures, purely mathematical entities. And then once we have a proposition like that, a set of purely mathematical worlds, we can compare the members of that set, these worlds, with, as it were, reality, the reality that we want to talk about. That's this labeling here. And if the comparison works out fine, roughly if there is an isomorphism, a bijective structure preserving map from one of these worlds to the label, we will call that world actual, and we will call the corresponding proposition true. So in this way, we will get truth conditions of propositions. And now my merely expressive devices, like the disjunction symbol, they can occur in a sentence like that, in this A, and they play a role in that arrow here for that determination. They help us to determine that proposition. But then, as I said before, that job will be done when we compare the proposition, as it were, with reality. The disjunction symbol or anything related to the disjunction symbol will not have any role whatsoever to play anymore. That's why the or symbol will be a merely expressive device, right? And then there will be other linguistic items that are not merely expressive devices. They will also have a role in determining propositions, but then they will also finally have a role in determining whether the corresponding propositions are true or false. They have a second role to play. Since the merely expressive devices don't have the second role to play, they are merely expressive devices. They merely have the job of expressing propositions or helping us to grasp thoughts. That's the idea. Now, this terminology of labels that comes from a comparison with graphs, right? You have nodes, you have edges, and then people like to talk in the following way. They say there are unlabeled graphs, they're purely structural, purely mathematical. That's, as it were, this mathematical part here. And then sometimes we label the nodes or the edges of a graph. Maybe the nodes stand for people and the edges stand for an acquaintance relation between people. Then we get what's called the labeled graph. Okay, the labeled graph is a graph with, say, empirical entities that label the objects in the graph structure. Then you get a labeled graph. And my conceptual frameworks are like that. They have this purely mathematical part, that's the unlabeled graph, and then you have a labeling. Typically, we label these mathematical entities, things, parts of these mathematical structures with empirical entities, but anything really, in principle, could be a label. But it's good to think of it in the way that we label it with people and other things in the physical world or in the mind and something like that. So those will be my conceptual frameworks, and they will be my main tool of making this talk of merely expressive devices more precise. I will work out the details of such an intentional conceptual frame semantics for these merely expressive devices. And once we have it, I will draw some philosophical conclusions from it. I will not give you an explicit definition of conceptual frameworks, although this could be done for a fairly general class. What I will rather do in my talk is I'll give you 3 examples, but I hope they are sort of sufficiently paradigmatic or prototypical that you can see how to extend the same idea to other application cases that you might be interested in. And in fact, in my book project, I'm going through various other applications. So I hope ultimately you will believe me that this endeavor is a fruitful one if things go well. So my methodology is a bit like, say, Tarski on truth. He doesn't define truth for variable L, but he shows us how to define truth for very interesting, sufficiently paradigmatic object languages. And then in that way, you can see how to extend the same approach to other application cases, other languages for which you might want to define truth. And you can do it in a similar way. And the same methodology I apply here. And my 3 examples of merely expressive devices will be, as promised, the logical constants. Then I will argue that stipulatively defined terms are merely expressive devices too. And finally, and that's the more controversial part, I will argue that linguistic items in metaphysics, like the metaphysical necessity operator, can be viewed as a merely expressive device as well. Right? And once we are there, I hope you can see that you can extend the approach to various other symbols. Okay, but of course, not every symbol will be a merely expressive device, and that's not a problem for my approach. I'm not claiming otherwise. Ultimately, I want to show in that way that some of the tenets of Carnapian logical empiricism can be vindicated, at least to the extent to which they were dealing with merely expressive devices, and I don't have any ambition beyond that in the talk today. Okay. Let's build some conceptual framework, shall we? So, as I said before, we first need a mathematical part, a mathematical structure of purely mathematical possible worlds. So let me do that here in a very simple way. Let's say our set of worlds, that's this capital W here, is a set of triples, mathematical structures that look like this. Okay, so these will be my worlds, where the first component, the D, is a set of natural numbers, finite, non-empty. M1 is a subset of D and M2 is a subset of D. run through all the combinatorial possibilities satisfying these constraints, then you have all the possible worlds in the first framework that I'm currently building. Okay, so not much has happened. This is pure math, right? Nothing has happened really. So for example, one of these D sets could be the set of natural numbers from 1 to 7. And then M1 would be a subset, say the set 1 to 3, and M2 would be a subset, say the set from 3 to 5. And you take them together as a triple, that's one of my possible worlds. Okay. There's not much built into these worlds, except that D, which will be something like the domain of the world, as you will see shortly, is finite. So I hope you don't worry too much about that at this point, and non-empty. Okay, and non-emptiness is sort of really a presupposition, as it were, of classical logic, and then shows up in that way. Domains in the standard semantics for classical logic are assumed to be non-empty, and I make the same presupposition here. And once we have this set of possible worlds, pure math, we now add a label structure, and when we put them together, we will have the first conceptual framework. And in this case, the labeling consists again of three entities, namely the set of humans, the set of men, and the set of married people at some point of time, which we keep fixed. Okay, so fix a point in time, you get a set of humans, a set of men, a set of married people, you put them together because in this framework, you want to think and talk about them. And then you have the label, and then if you put together the set of possible worlds and the label structure, you get my first conceptual framework. That's this F. Okay, so you can already see my conceptual framework will later on be to do with men and being married, or let's say unmarried. So you can see where I'm going with that. Okay, so there are certain examples in philosophy that by law you're obliged to take up and analyze, and you can guess at this point what kind of example I will use later. Okay, so this explains my idiosyncratic choice here. Okay, that's my conceptual framework. Now the next step is I want to define worlds in this framework to be actual. Okay, and as I said before, a world will be actual in the framework just in case the world, a purely mathematical structure, gets the structure of the labeling right. There is an isomorphism between the world and the labeling. In this case, that is a function, L for labeling, between D, the domain of the world, and the set of humans, that's sort of the set of entities that I want to reason or talk about, that is structure preserving in the sense that the labeling is bijective, and the M1 set in the world corresponds structurally to the set of men in the label structure, and the M2 set in the world corresponds structurally to the set of married people in the label structure. And the correspondence, that's this if and only if claims here. Okay, so a number is in M1 here, just in case its label, that's a human being, is a member of the set of men. It's a man, not a woman. Okay. Now, in this case, as we will see, there is in general more than one world that's actual, but all of the actual worlds are pairwise isomorphic. So up to structure, I don't care whether there is more than one actual world. Okay, but other than that, think of it just as ordinary intentional semantics. In intentional models, we also like to fix a world that is the actual world, and the other ones are the merely possible ones. And something like that will be possible here as well. Now, propositions, as in intentional semantics, will be sets of worlds. In this case, a subset of the set capital W of all worlds. The only little bit of finesse here is really in my general approach, a proposition will be a set of possible worlds that is closed under isomorphisms. A proposition is not any old set of possible worlds, but a set of worlds closed under isomorphisms. Okay, and again, that's not a new idea. You find the same idea in measurement theory, right? People there have a similar approach. They have something purely mathematical, right? When we measure, this involves numbers and the like. Okay, then there's something that we want to measure. That's some empirical stuff out there, and then we study by measurements some structure preserving map between them. And then they also have notions like, a statement is empirically significant and so on. And when making these notions precise, they have the same idea to look at propositions that are invariant under isomorphisms. But other than that, you can just plug in this idea that, propositions are sets of possible worlds. And then I call a proposition true in the framework if it includes a world that is actual in the framework. Okay, so that's again an old idea. Proposition, what is a true proposition? One that includes an actual world. Okay, and again, there's something very close to that if you think of the non-statement view of scientific theories in general philosophy of science. Their theories are also viewed as sort of sets of models, okay? And then people advocating the non-statement view would define notions like truth or empirical adequacy or the like by the existence of certain structure-preserving maps between these models, pure math, and the phenomena out there. And I use the same idea here for my conceptual frameworks. Okay? Now I say true in the framework and actual in the framework because all these notions are relativized to the framework, right? So for other frameworks, we get maybe a corresponding notion of actuality, but then it will be actual in the framework F prime rather than in F. Now, for instance, let's fix a point of time where things are sufficiently simple, sort of the beginning of all time, okay? So this is not a historical example, as you will see. It's not even faithful to the text, as you will also see shortly, but give me that. It makes things simple. So we're at the beginning of all time. The set of humans is the set consisting of Adam and Eve. The set of men, that's just Adam, and the set of married people. So here I'm not faithful to the text, okay? Let's assume Adam and Eve were married, okay? So Adam is a married person and Eve is a married person. Married is something unary here. So it's not blah, blah is married to blah, blah, but you're a married person or not, okay? And both are married, give me that. Then this would be an actual world, okay? It gets sort of the domain right, the cardinality of the domain as it were, and think of it in the way that 1 is mapped to Adam and 2 is mapped to Eve, okay? Then the set of 1 gets this set of men right, and the set 1, 2 gets the set of married people right. So there is a bijective structure preserving map between that world and our labeling structure, hence that world is actual. But W2 is actual as well. It's isomorphic to W1. It's just that the 2 now plays the role of Adam and the 1 plays the role of Eve. Okay, but other than that, it's an actual world. On the other hand, these worlds here, W3 and W4, they are not actual. Okay. So here there would be only one person that is married, and it's the man, as it were. But this forgets about Eve because she's also married. So this world and also the isomorphic W4, these worlds don't get the structure of the labeling right. Okay, so they are not actual worlds. And for that reason, the set W1, W2 is a true proposition, but the set W3, W4 is not a true proposition. W3, W4 does not include an actual world. W1, W2 does. Okay. If you look at the set of all worlds in which you run through all the possibilities, it's just that sort of what represents the set of men, the second component, the X here, is non-empty, then that's another true proposition. Why? Because it includes, for example, W1, right? So this is a non-empty set. W1 is a member of that proposition. W1 is actual, so that proposition is true. And if you take the set of all worlds, capital W, of all worlds whatsoever in the framework, then accordingly, this is also a true proposition. And now here's the thing. I want to say that the framework does not constrain the label structure in any way, with the slight exception that I assume D to be finite and non-empty. Okay, so if you worry about finiteness, let's talk about it later. Usually in these contexts, you don't worry about that. Okay, so let's disregard the possibility that there are infinitely many people around in the world. Okay. But other than that, I run through all the possibilities, right? Maybe there are 7 people, maybe there are 10,000, maybe there's just 1, okay? And non-emptiness I already explained. And then I run through all the combinatorial possibilities of what counts as a man there and what counts as married. So I run through all the combinatorial possibilities in my conceptual framework. And therefore, whatever the labeling structure is like, whatever the phenomena out there are like, I must get the structure right, because I made sure that in my conceptual framework, in its purely mathematical part, I've run through all the mathematical possibilities there are anyway, okay? So therefore, by math alone, and of course, how I define the framework, capital W is true in the framework. There must be an actual world in capital W, okay? So in contrast, the truth of this set here, W1, W2, that's due to the framework and the facts, as it were, right? Because that set just includes 2 possible worlds and do not run through all the possibilities, okay? So that I get here a true proposition, that's also to do with what the labeling structure is like, okay? That's in contrast with capital W. Whatever labeling structure I might have chosen, capital W would have turned out as being true, okay? Now, final part, we add language. So far, this was all pure logical thought, as it were, okay, in the Fregean senses. But now we add a first order language, say, and you get the idea. So we have quantifiers. The quantifiers at a world will range over the domain of the world, that's capital W. And then in the language, say we have two unary predicates, the predicate man and the predicate married. And at a world, we interpret man by the M1 component, right, the second component of the world. And we interpret the unary predicate married by M2, the third component of a world. And then we can define for all the sentences in the first order language in the usual way, under which conditions a sentence is true at a world in the framework, right? And here you plug in the standard semantic rules. So you use the little w, the world, as a model, and you have the standard semantic rules. Okay, so not A will be true at the world just in case A is not true at the world, and so on. And at the atomic level, you make use of the interpretation that I've just described. And then you say, again, in a standard intentional sense, a sentence expresses a proposition, okay, if the proposition consists of all the worlds at which the sentence is true. And finally, you call a sentence true in the framework, not true at a world in a framework, but just true simpliciter in a framework, just in case the proposition it expresses is true in the framework. And truth for propositions, I have already explained on the previous slide. Okay, so here I side with the somewhat older tradition that would think primarily of propositions as the bearers of truth values, and which then defines truth for sentences by the propositions that the sentences express. Okay, a true sentence is one that expresses a true proposition. That's the strategy that I use here. So this is different from Tarski, who defined famously truth directly for sentences. Okay, I'm not doing that here. So for example, there is an X such that X a man is true simpliciter in the framework. Okay, you just look at the set of worlds that is expressed by it. This is the set that I had on the previous slide, and we have already seen that includes one actual world, and hence it's a true proposition. Accordingly, the sentence that expresses that true proposition must be true. Okay, the proposition that is expressed by it is distinct from the set of all possible worlds in the framework because it rules out certain worlds, right? It rules out those worlds where the M1 component is empty, yeah, where there are no men, as it were, at that world. If you take the excluded middle, there is a man or there isn't a man, then that's true at every world in the framework. Okay, it's a logical truth, no big surprise. And accordingly, the proposition that is expressed by it is the set of all possible worlds in the framework. Okay, so far, I think all of that should be very familiar from intentional semantics. The only little thing that happened is this clear separation of a two-layered structure. One is mathematical, and the other one is, as it were, here empirical. And then you put them together, okay, and let them do their job. So for example, in the framework, as you've seen, the M1 component of a world is meant to represent the set of men. That's the label that it has. Why do I know that the M1 component has man as its label? Because that was showing up in the truth condition, in the definition of actuality. Okay, there we compared the M1 component with the set of men. Yeah, that figured in the truth condition ultimately for propositions. So if we now introduce the notion of a concept as in intentional semantics, like a function from possible worlds to extensions, one might say that in the framework, the concept of being a man is meant to represent the set of men, its label, which figures in the truth conditions for propositions. And once you add the language, as we've just done, you might also say in the framework, the predicate man expresses the concept of being a man, an intention, which represents the set of man, its label, which figures in the truth condition for propositions. And that is, in the framework, the predicate man does two things simultaneously. One, it contributes to the expression of propositions, okay? And secondly, via the concept it expresses, it contributes to the truth conditions for the propositions thereby expressed. And that is why I want to call the predicate X is a man, the predicate man, not a merely expressive device. It is not a merely expressive device, okay? It has an expressing job to do, that's the first one. But additionally, it also contributes to truth conditions of propositions. And that's why it's not a merely expressive device. It does more than expressing propositions. Now contrast that with the logical operator. Say again the disjunction symbol, right? We had a first order language, so we had all the standard logical symbols in there, including the disjunction symbol. Now, there was no coordinate in our possible worlds for disjunction. Yeah, it's neither D nor M1 nor M2. Okay, in the truth condition for propositions, or in the definition of actuality, there was nothing that related to disjunction symbol in any way. So you can again introduce the notion of a logical concept as in intentional semantics. You might say in the framework, the concept of disjunction is there, that's fine. It does not represent anything, any label that would figure in the truth condition for propositions in that framework. With the language added, if you look at the symbol now, the disjunction symbol, then the logical operator or expresses the concept of disjunction, which does not represent anything, any label that would figure in the truth condition for propositions. So that is, the operator or in the framework does one thing, it contributes to the expression of propositions. Think of the excluded middle. There we had a rule that helped us to determine the proposition that was expressed by there is a man or there isn't one, okay? And there the disjunction symbol had a role to play. It helped us to determine that proposition. But it doesn't have a second role to play. Once that proposition has been determined, the disjunction symbol or the concept disjunction, yeah, doesn't contribute anymore to the truth condition for the proposition thereby determined. That is why I want to call the disjunction symbol a merely expressive device. It merely has job 1, but doesn't have job 2. That's the contrast with the predicate man that I had before. Okay, so of course, the proposition expressed by A or B is, for example, the union of the propositions expressed by the disjuncts, but it's not the case that the union here, the union function or the truth function for the or so, would be compared to any label in definitions of actuality or truth in the framework. And that is why the disjunction symbol is merely expressive. Okay, you could also say it's merely structural. Okay, but it's not important that it's a structure of something in the world. It's just important that it helps us to determine this set of possible worlds, which are purely mathematical entities, and that's it. So the upshot is, in this framework, I want to say that logical concepts do not represent, and the logical operators are merely expressive devices. So you could say that the disjunction symbol expresses a concept, but it does not represent the property out there in the world, as it were. Okay, so there's a difference here between the concept and the property. And now you might say, yeah, sure, Hannes, you've built this weird framework. Sure, you can make anything happen, but why should that be interesting? That's really odd, okay? But I want to say this is not an odd feature of the framework, but rather, I hope, a sufficiently good model theoretic reconstructions of how logical operators work semantically in natural language, or at least in certain fragments of natural language, and in many of the formal languages that we're interested in. The tradition would have said something like that, something in the ballpark, by saying logical constants are syncategorematic. Okay, the predicate man is not, but the logical or is. Okay, and that's something close to what I have in mind here. That's an old idea, and I've now rationally reconstructed idea in my little framework. So that's my first example. Now let me turn to my second example. And here I will make it very easy for you and also for me, to be honest. Basically, I'll add a little thing, and in this way, I will move to the previous framework F and end up with a new framework F prime. And the little additions that I make, I've put into red, so you can see immediately what's going to change. So again, we need our purely mathematical worlds. I call that W prime here now. And those are our old triples D, M1, M2, but I add one component. Every world also now has a fourth component, a B set. Okay, it's another subset of D. But again, the members of D are the natural numbers, and M1 and M2 are a subset of D, and so on. So B is the only thing that I add that's new. That's why it's in red. But now there comes a little change. I still run through all the combinatorial possibilities with respect to D and M1 and M2. But as far as B is concerned, as it were, I compute the set B from the set D and the set M2 and the set M1 by this little rule, okay, which is sort of part of my definition of what that framework F prime is that I'm currently presenting to you. And you can see at each world, B is the intersection of two sets, namely D minus or D without M2. So those are the numbers that are in D but not in M2. So it's something like not M2. And the intersection with M1, okay? So remember, M2 was something like, married. So if I take this complement here, this will be something like unmarried. And M1 was to represent man. So, again, you get the idea what I'm aiming at, okay? And now I add my labeling structure, label prime. So again, I have the set of humans, the set of men, the set of married people. And now I have this funny asterisk here. And this is just a little signal, a mnemotechnical device that tells us, no, I'm not going to label the B component. So this will mean when identifying actuality and truth, I will not compare the B component to the label out there, to the world out there. I will still only compare the M1 and the M2 components. Those are the components for which I still run through all the combinatorial possibilities. Okay? You will see very soon why I do that. Okay? Now, if you take together the set of worlds that I've just explained and the new slightly by this asterisk extended labeling structure, you put them together, you get the new framework. That's F prime. That's my second example framework. And then you define actuality again, and nothing changes. And in fact, really nothing changes because, as I just said, as announced, I don't have a fourth clause here in which I want to say that the B component gets the structure of, anything right that's in the label structure. It doesn't figure at all in my definition of actuality. Then I introduce the previous definitions of truth for propositions and so on. And again, accordingly, that B component will not play any role whatsoever in the truth condition for propositions. For that reason, again, the framework does not constrain the labeling structure at all, because I still run through all the combinatorial possibilities with respect to those parts of my worlds that I actually compare to the real world, as it were, to what I want to think or talk about, namely the labeling structure. Therefore, by the same reason as before, by math alone and how I define the framework, there must be an actual world in F prime. Okay. Now, if I had labeled B by something in the real world, okay, and then I would have added another clause here, the B component would also have to get something right. Okay. And since the B component was determined by D and M1 and M2, basically I would constrain the labeling structure in the way that whatever B is compared to would have to relate in the right way to the set of humans and the set of men and the set of married people. Okay. And that might fail for some worlds and not fail for other worlds. Okay. So it could be that if I had labeled the B component here, I wouldn't have run through all the combinatorial possibilities. In fact, here I would not have. Okay. And hence I couldn't say by math alone and how I defined the framework, there must be an actual world. Okay. So then I wouldn't speak of a framework anymore. Rather, what I would have defined is something like a theory. Okay. A theory. Let's say what it is, a theory of bachelors, okay? Theory of bachelors and humans and so on, okay? And that theory might fail or might not, there is no guarantee. By math alone and by the way I set up the theory, there would be no guarantee that there is an actual world, that that theory is true. But that's not what I did here. B is not labeled, okay? And that's why this is still a conceptual framework. It's not a scientific theory, as it were, about bachelors, okay? Now add language again. I use my previous first order language, but I add one unary predicate. The predicate X is a bachelor. I reformulate all the previous definitions for sentences. So truth at the world, sentence expressing a proposition. Truth for sentences is still explained by truth of the proposition expressed by a sentence and so on. Then you get, as before, the sentence there is a man is true in the framework, true simpliciter in the Adam and Eve labeling structure. And everything that we had before remains the same. But now we get additional sentences with the bachelor predicate. For example, you expected it. For all X, X is a bachelor just in case. X is an unmarried man. X is not married and X is a man. And that sentence in my new framework is now also expressing the set of all worlds over the new framework F prime. Okay. Basically, bachelor, at a world, the extension of bachelor at a world is given by the B component. And the B component relates to the other components just as expressed linguistically by that object language sentence. Okay. And since the set of all worlds in the framework was true by math alone and the way I set up the framework, the corresponding sentence is true in the framework by math alone and the definition of the framework. Okay. Now, if we introduce the notion of a concept again as intentional semantics, we can say in that new framework, the concept of being a bachelor doesn't represent anything that would figure in the truth conditions for propositions. The reason is I don't compare the B component with anything in the labeling structure. With the predicate bachelor being added, you might say that the predicate X is a bachelor expresses the concept of being a bachelor, which does not represent anything, any label that would figure in the truth condition for propositions. That is, in F prime, the predicate bachelor does one thing. It contributes to the expression of propositions, but it does not do the other thing. It does not contribute to the truth conditions of propositions thereby expressed. Okay. In other words, I want to say that the predicate bachelor is a merely expressive device in that framework F prime. Okay. It does hold that the proposition by, for example, expressed by there is a bachelor, right? That proposition is that proposition, the proposition expressed by there is an X, such that X is an unmarried man. Okay, that's the case. But that doesn't mean that you would have to compare the B component of a world with anything in the labeling structure when determining whether such a proposition is true or not. The only thing that you compare is sort of the M1 and the M2 components. Okay, the things that were corresponding to the predicate man and married. Okay, and the quantifiers that were ranging over D, and these things, those are the things that mattered. Okay, but not the predicate bachelor or the concept of being a bachelor. It didn't contribute to the proposition thereby expressed here, to that square brackets here. So the upshot is the defined concept of being a bachelor doesn't represent, and the predicate bachelor is a merely expressive device. You could say it expresses a concept, but it doesn't represent the property out there. And now you might think, yeah, Hannes, again, this weird framework, sure, I believe that, but why should I care? But I would say that what I've just done is I tried to rationally reconstruct how stipulative definitions work semantically or model theoretically, if you like. Okay, because what's literally happening in F prime is, as it were, the predicate bachelor is being defined, stipulatively introduced, explicitly defined in terms of unmarried man. So that's why when you then determine propositions expressed by sentences that include the predicate, really what's happening is you look at propositions that are expressed by, and then you have a sentence really that involves unmarried and man and quantifiers and the like. Okay, and then you can check those propositions whether they are true or false, include an actual world or not. And that involves, comparing the components at the world with the labeling structure. But there, the predicate bachelor or the concept of being bachelor doesn't have any role whatsoever anymore. Okay, the meaning of the bachelor predicate is given by the meanings of married and man. And since that is so, the predicate bachelor does not itself contribute to the truth conditions of the relevant propositions that are expressed by such sentences that involve the predicate bachelor. The primitives, married and man, they do. They are not merely expressive devices. Okay, and now it becomes handy to introduce the standard classical definition. Okay, you define a sentence to be analytic in a framework like that, just in case the set of possible worlds expressed by the sentence in the framework is the set of all worlds whatsoever in the framework. Here, capital W prime. Okay, and hence you get, for example, that all logical truths are analytic, as is the statement, for example, here I've just have the implication for all X, if X is a bachelor, then X is an unmarried man. Okay. Now, what's important here is that we really run through all the combinatorial possibilities with respect to the mathematical components that figure in the truth conditions ultimately for propositions. Okay, and since we've done that, okay, again, this is a framework, not a theory, and what we get is an I think natural notion of analyticity here. Okay, so that's very roughly how the tradition would have said if a sentence follows logically, say, from definitions, okay, and logical truths, then let's call that analytic. Something like that is going on here, but it's the model theoretic counterpart of it. Okay, now that's for bachelor. Really, ultimately, we do not care so much about bachelors. But say, here's another application. Say you're a disputationalist about truth. Okay, so then you might think that the truth predicate is just a handy device that helps you to express certain propositions. Okay, maybe you couldn't express them otherwise. Maybe it's just a quick and useful and handy way of expressing propositions, and that's all that the truth predicate does. Okay, it does not represent a property out there in the world. These are sort of phrases that the disputationists like to say. You might have wondered what they really have in mind here, but now you can actually build a framework by which you make that more precise. Okay. The way to do it would be you add a predicate TR, okay, a unary predicate to your object language. You need the usual devices, you need names for sentences, a little bit of syntax, you know, the usual stuff. All of that could be done mathematically, Gödel numbering as it were, okay? And then at each possible world, again, which is a purely mathematical structure, you would have an extension of the truth predicate, okay? And then you would have all the definitions that I had, okay? But you would not compare the extension of the truth predicate at a world with anything in the labeling structure, okay? Rather, the truth predicate would only have a function in helping you determine propositions. But when you then determine the truth conditions for these propositions, the truth predicate or the concept of truth doesn't have to play any role anymore, okay? You never compare the extension of the truth predicate with anything out there in the labeling structure. In the resulting framework, the predicate TR would only help us to express propositions, but it would not represent properties out there. In other words, TR would be a merely expressive device. It's the same idea. And in this way, you can make more precise, I think, what the discutationalists about truth think is right. Now, if you're not a discutationalist, that's also fine, okay? You would then say, no, actually, I label my extension of the truth predicate of the world, okay? And that's also fine. Then you're not a discutationalist, and you know certain things will change. For the discutationalists, the instances of the Tarskian truth scheme, they will become analytic, okay? If you do it otherwise, you label the component of the world that corresponds to the truth predicate, okay? If you do it that way, you're not a discutationalist, and the instances of the Tarskian truth scheme will end up not being analytic in the framework that you've built, okay? And both of them are fine, and then it's a question, what's more useful for certain applications, okay? That's the idea. Now, I have another example, and that's it, my third example, okay? Now it gets more controversial, okay? So far, I thought, yeah, stipulatively defined terms, they're sort of merely expressive devices. I get what you have in mind. Discutationalism, okay. Let's talk about metaphysical expressions. Okay, so that will be my last example. So I built another framework. This time I have to switch things around a bit. Okay, but I presuppose analogous definitions of actuality and truth and so on. I won't repeat them anymore. You got the idea. Now the mathematical structure I will make much simpler now. Okay, I will fix that to be the set 1, 2. That will be my D set. Okay, and I won't play around with other D sets in my possible worlds here. So the sort of the domain of my worlds will be a constant domain. It will consist of the set 1, 2, 2 numbers. That's it. And now my worlds will be quintuples, 5 tuples of this form. You have the D set, the set 1, 2, and then I put in the 1 here and the 2. Okay. So that's like mathematical structures where you have distinguished objects, as we sometimes have, right? Say you want to do analysis, the calculus of real numbers, then you have the set of real numbers, and maybe the 0 is a distinguished object, okay? Here, 1 and 2, they're both distinguished objects. I plug them into my world. And then I have 2 sets, which are binary relations on D. So M is a binary relation, a set of pairs in D, and C is a binary relation on D, a set of pairs in D. And the only thing that I assume is that C is a congruence relation, okay? So it's reflexive, symmetric. Transitive has some structural properties. It's an equivalence relation. And in fact, it's a congruence relation. And that roughly means that for all structural purposes, a world thinks of C as something like an identity relation for that world, okay? So this means, for example, if C thinks that 1 is identical to 2, that is, 1 stands in the C relation to 2, 1 and 2 are indistinguishable from the viewpoint of that world. For example, if 1 stands in the M relation to 1 and 1 is congruent C to 2, then 1 must also stand in the M relation to 2 and 2 to 1 and 2 to 2, because 1, 2 are indistinguishable once 1 and 2 are congruent. Okay, so congruence is something like the identity that is built into my possible worlds. And now again, given these desiderata, I run through all the combinatorial possibilities. Okay, and now the final new bit is that I add another component, which I'll call, let's pick a term, an accessibility relation. Well, I was already telling you, I'm now interested in a necessity operator. So you were figuring probably has an accessibility relation, and I have. Again, I'm doing intentional semantics in a sense, okay? And now here I actually explicitly define the accessibility relation. I say W prime, a world, is accessible from W, just in case their congruence relations are identical. The congruence relation C of the one world is identical to the congruence relation C prime of the other world. So very simple case. Okay, for the more interesting cases, you would have to refine that. Okay, and now the only thing that I still owe you is the labeling structure. And now the labeling consists of following. So we have a domain that we want to reason or talk about. And in this case, it's a set with members MS and ES. Okay, and again, you know, sometimes you're required to have some examples. So what could MS be? I tell you here, MS is the last body to be seen in the sky before sunrise in the period between the beginning of the year to mid-March. Well, it's the morning star. Okay, and ES is the first body to be seen in the sky after sunset in the period between mid-August to the end of the year. So what's ES? It's the evening star. And you take them and put them into that set, and that's my domain. Now, in fact, since we are all educated, okay, we know that actually MS and ES are identical. It's just Venus. Okay, the way I've written things here is I didn't want to presuppose that. So say we're at some point of time where astronomers were not clear about that. Okay, they might still have done everything that I'm currently about to do with my little framework. So it's not that my framework is presupposing already some astronomical knowledge about MS being identical to ES. That's why I write things up in this way. But really, the domain of the labeling structure is a singleton set. It just includes one member. Okay, but it doesn't matter. Then I put MS here and ES. So I put Venus here 2 times. And then I put the movement pattern of morning star and evening star here as a binary relation. So move pattern, okay, is a binary relation, a set of ordered pairs D and D prime of objects in my domain, MS and ES. The movement patterns of D and D prime is such that, you know, they periodically sort of switch places, as it were. Okay, there's a stage of appearance of D in the morning sky without an appearance of D prime in the evening sky, followed by a stage of appearance of D prime in the evening sky without an appearance of D in the morning sky, and so on. Okay, periodically, with breaks in between the stages and always observed from Earth. Okay, so really it's, you know, Venus occurring in the morning without Venus occurring in the evening, and then it's the other way around and so on. Okay, so obviously Venus stands in that movement pattern to itself. Okay, and that's the movement pattern that is my 4th component here. And then ID, that's the identity relation. Okay, so morning star identical to evening star. It's a full identity. Okay, it's just the set of one pair, namely Venus, Venus, and that's the thing here. Okay, and then I add an asterisk here, and again that's a little mnemotechnical device that reminds you that the final component that I had, the R thing, again a purely mathematical relation. Okay, the R component will not be labeled. There is no label that compares that I need to compare the R relation with when I define actuality and truth. And that's the important point here. Okay. So now take all of that together, W, the accessibility relation, and label, you get conceptual framework. That's my 3rd example framework. Okay. Now you might think, hey, you're cheating. Now you have this R, but R is still purely mathematical. So there's still this purely mathematical part, and then there's the labeling. And that's the thing that I promised. And now I define actuality in the way I say W is actual in the framework, just in case there's a labeling function. Same thing as before, but now I make sure that 1, that object is mapped to MS, 2 is mapped to ES, okay? And then the M component is mapped to the movement pattern, and the C relation is mapped to the identity relation, okay? So there is no R here. As promised, the accessibility relation does not figure ultimately in the definition of actuality, and therefore also not in the truth condition of propositions, okay? And since I run through all the combinatorial possibilities here, I do not impose any constraint on the label structure, right? Again, there's a little proviso. So I assume that the C relation is a congruence relation, okay? So, and you know, this is a little bit of cheating because it's somehow I already know that I want to map the C relation to the identity relation. And we know that the identity relation structurally is a congruence relation, okay? But think of it in a way that that's also something that we like to presuppose in first order logic with identity, okay? So therefore, I'm not too worried about it. If you're worried, we can talk about it later in the Q&A, okay? So again, I want to say, by math alone and the way I define the framework, there must be an actual world in the framework, okay? So the framework does not presuppose that evening star is identical to morning star, okay? I run through the possibilities here, okay? In one world, 1 is not congruent to 2, in another, they are congruent, okay? And then I run through the possibilities with respect to the movement pattern, okay? The only thing is the movement pattern has to respect the congruence relation, which I then map to identity, but that's all that I build into it, okay? That's all. it could be just one entity, it could be two entities. It could have a cool movement pattern, it could not have a cool movement pattern, okay? But whatever the morning star and the evening star out there are like, I must be able to capture their structure by one of my worlds in the framework because I've run through all the possibilities. Same idea as before. It follows here that there is exactly one world that is actual, and that's not a big surprise. This is this one thing here. You know, Venus is equals morning star equals evening star. So Venus does stand in a movement pattern with respect to itself, okay? And you get the full congruence relation. 1 and 2 are both mapped to Venus, and you get the full C relation. So now we can do the same thing as before. Look at propositions. So for example, collect all the worlds that include the pair 1, 2 in their movement pattern. So roughly, that's the proposition that in ordinary language we would express by the sentence, the morning star and the evening star instantiate this periodic movement pattern. Okay, because they stand in the movement pattern relation with respect to each other. Okay, you collect all the worlds in which they stand in the movement pattern and you exclude the worlds in which they do not. Okay, that's the proposition A. Or here's another proposition B. You collect all the worlds where you have all the pairs from 1, 1 to 2, 2 in the congruence relation. So in colloquial English, we would say the morning star is identical to the evening star, and that's the proposition that is expressed by that. Okay, it's an identity proposition, as it were. And now you can necessitate that. Let's call that proposition NB. That's the set of all worlds W, such that at all W prime accessible from them, okay, here we have the R relation, B, that proposition here, morning star identical to evening star, is true at this accessible world in the framework, okay? So that proposition NB, we would normally express by it is necessary that the morning star is identical to the evening star, okay? And the R relation has a role here to play. It helps us to determine that proposition, okay? And now, once we have these three sets, we can check are they true or not. And in fact, they are true because they include W1 as a member. That's easy to check, right? So for example, W1 is a member of A because set A was the set of worlds that include 1 and 2 in their movement pattern, okay? And in fact, that's the case here. The pair 1, 2 is in the movement pattern here. And in fact, all of these sets are true. And their truth is due to the framework and the facts, as it were. Why? Because these propositions can easily be seen to be proper subsets of the set of all worlds. They are not identical to the set of all worlds whatsoever. They rule something out, okay? In contrast, if I had a look at this proposition here, the complement of B, okay? Oh, sorry. The complement of B, union NB, okay? That is also a true proposition, but in fact, it's identical to the set of all worlds whatsoever in the framework, okay? And we already said there must be an actual world in the set of all worlds in the framework by math alone and the definition of the framework, okay? So that proposition is true in virtue of, math and the framework, not in virtue of the facts, okay? Now, what's this weird proposition here? Well, think of it as a material conditional. It's something like not B or necessity of B, okay? Or think of it in if B, then necessity of B, okay? So this might ring a cryptian bell. And I will drive home that point now. Add a language again. First to the language, say we have individual constants for the morning star and the evening star, predicates for the movement pattern and for identity, and a necessity operator, a sentential necessity operator, as in standard possible world semantics. And then you can make now more precise what I said before, that in colloquial English, certain sentences would express propositions. We now have logical counterparts of these colloquial sentences in the object language. Okay, they look like this. And they express the propositions that I were referring to on my previous slide. And these sentences are therefore true in the framework, okay, because the propositions expressed by them are true, but they are not analytic in the framework because they rule out certain candidates in our possible worlds. Okay, they are not, the propositions they express is not the same as the set of all possible worlds. This is in contrast with the sentence, if A equals B, then it is necessary that A equals B, which expresses that other set of possible worlds that I had before, namely the set of all worlds. That sentence is not just true in the framework, it's also analytic in the framework. Okay, and now you recognize this kind of cryptian law here, and it becomes an analytic statement in that framework. So the upshot is, we could introduce a concept N again for necessity. It doesn't represent here, okay? And the operator box that I use here ends up being a merely expressive device. It expresses a concept, but it doesn't represent a property out there, okay, for exactly the same reasons as before, okay? And again, you might think that's odd, but no, actually you don't think, because you can see sort of the nice Kripkean outcome, which you like to have, okay? Now, I guess at this point you might say, yeah, finally, you know, we can see what's going on. Hannes is reducing necessity to analyticity again, you know, the old mistake that the logical empiricists made, and maybe I should switch off, you know, now and do something more sensible. But that's not the case. That's not the case at all, okay? And that's not my ambition either, okay? So the box operator here in my object language does not express analyticity. So for example, box A equals B is true in the framework. Okay, it is necessary that morning star equals evening star is true in the framework. Yeah, this necessity claim is true in the framework. But remember, A equals B, morning star equals evening star is not analytic. Okay, so the truth of that necessity statement, right? You don't get that because the thing that's necessitated, A equals B, is analytic. It's not. Okay, so it's as it were a matter of the fact which world is actual. And then from the viewpoint of the actual world, you look at the worlds that are accessible. Okay. And then finally, you get that box A equals B is true in the framework because it's true at the actual world, right? But what counts as actual, that involves the facts, okay? So it's not about analyticity here. The Kripkean law, if A equals B, then it's necessary that A equals B, okay? That's true at all worlds in the framework, and it's analytic, okay? But box A equals B is not, and A equals B is not analytic either, okay? I could even, you know, wrap up the Kripkean thought. If I added now subjective probabilities for degrees of belief, you can also derive that the astronomers believe in the necessity of the identity of the morning star and equal star of evening star is a posteriori rather than a priori. Okay, so you get a claim, you know, you get a necessity that's not analytic. And it's a posteriori. You can get all of that in that framework, okay? If you're interested to see how that goes, ask me later. I can show you in the Q&A, but I don't do that here, okay? So you can reconstruct all the Kripkean verdicts, okay? That's my point here in naming a necessity. Now, the same idea you can apply more broadly for other cases. So take something else, good old-fashioned instrumentalism about theoretical terms in science, okay? So I'm not saying you have to be an instrumentalist. I'm just giving you a way of making instrumentalism about theoretical terms in science precise, okay? Say you thought that in Newtonian mechanics, the capital F symbol for force, okay? That's a theoretical term, and its only job really was to give you a way of expressing something interesting about, you know, positions and time and velocity and stuff like that. And maybe similarly for mass, okay? So F and M, okay, force and mass, say they are theoretical terms, but they only neatly help you to express propositions, okay? But that's all there is to them. You can make that precise, and I've done that in another example that I'm not giving here, okay? You can reconstruct force, the force term and the mass term in Newtonian mechanics as merely expressive devices, okay? And thereby formally make more precise the idea that you can be an instrumentalist about these theoretical terms, okay? If you're not an instrumentalist, okay, you label sort of the force components and the mass components as worlds with phenomena out there, that's also fine. And then the corresponding terms in your scientific object language will not end up being merely expressive devices, but will be like, you know, the predicate male or man that I had before, okay? But in the same way as with the necessity operator, I can now give you a way of making more precise what it means that if you're an instrumentalist about theoretical terms, you want to say that theoretical terms only help us to express propositions, but these terms don't represent properties out there in the world. It's the same idea. Okay, so let me conclude. I've constructed 3 frameworks for merely expressive devices. And I want to say that these frameworks are all rational reconstructions of existing patterns of thought and language, and sort of successful reconstructions, okay? In the sense that their properties, the properties of these frameworks, are reasonably similar to thought and language prior to reconstruction, okay? So what I end up having in my framework is sufficiently similar to what I wanted to rationally reconstruct or explicate, to use the Canepian terms, okay? Using the framework, I hope you've seen clarifies and precisifies and systematizes pre-theoretic thought and language. And that's exactly what Carnap does when he uses linguistic framework. So that's his term, Okay, so my conceptual frameworks are really updated versions of Carnappian linguistic frameworks. For him, they were just tools in projects of rational reconstruction and explication. In each framework, the total underlying set of worlds is a mathematical construction and true by math alone. For the same reason, no empirical evidence is required to support its truth. So think of it in the following way. Some sentences and some propositions, in principle, there could be two sources of justification, why you believe in them. One is, as it were, epistemic, it's to do with truth, and the other one is pragmatic. Okay, it's to do with sort of it being useful. Now, for theories, both of them have a job to play, a role to play, but for the set of all worlds in one of my frameworks, the first thing cancels out, okay, because you get the truth of the corresponding propositions, the set of all worlds, by math alone and the way I set up the framework. So you don't need any epistemic justification. That is gone. And the only thing that remains is pragmatic justification. And that is how I interpret Carnap when he says in Empiricism, Semantics, and Ontology that framework choice is purely pragmatic. Okay, theory choice is not. Framework choice is. Now, in each of my framework, the merely expressive devices are useful things. They're practically useful. I don't want to eliminate them at all. Yeah, they can be useful in two ways. They might enable us to express propositions that we couldn't express otherwise. Okay, so we wouldn't even be able to grasp a thought, but with their help we can. Or we might have been able to grasp the thought in different ways, but in just in more complicated ways. So they help us to grasp the thought in a simpler way. That's the pragmatic thing again. Okay, and in either of these two ways, they can be really, really useful. In the first example, okay, the classic logical operators like disjunction, they end up being merely expressive devices. Yeah. As I said, they are purely structural. They don't reach into the empirical world. Okay, they don't pick out anything in the real world. They are stuck in math, and that's their job. They do not represent the property out there. And in fact, one can show that there are lots of such frameworks available. Right, one is sort of one with a classical or, and another one might be one with an intuitionistic or, an intuitionistic negation, and there might be other logical frameworks. And in fact, I've reconstructed them. Yeah, you get the idea how that might work. What happens then is that these logical symbols for these other logical frameworks, they contribute again to propositions, but they contribute differently than the classical logical symbols. But they still end up being merely expressive devices. They do not reach into the world either, okay, in the standard reconstructions that I hope you get enough of an idea of how that might work, okay? But there are many such frameworks and there's a kind of tolerance about them, but still one might be pragmatically way more useful than another for certain purposes. Yeah. Therefore, when choosing logical systems is likened to inference to the best explanations, as some people have done, some of them in the audience, I think there's something right and something wrong about that. Okay. With respect to the pragmatic aspects, yeah, of choosing theories, that's right. That's exactly how I think of it that's exactly the way I suggest to think of it. Okay. But if you thought that choosing logical systems is sort of exactly like theory choice, okay, there's a phenomenon out there that the logical symbols need to track, sort of, okay, and then the phenomenon out there is maybe an empirical one or something like that. Then this would go too far. This is nothing that you need in the frameworks in the way that I've constructed, because the logical symbols are merely expressive devices. In the other example, you get, I think, a notion of truth in virtue of meaning, but without, metaphysical connotations. It's nothing that's made true in a truth maker or grounding sense or anything like that. Okay, it's a semantic notion of analyticity that you get. And it's if that sentence here in framework F prime is analytic, that doesn't sort of reflect anything intrinsic about that sentence, but really it reflects how a body of information is organized in the framework, hopefully efficiently for a certain purpose. Okay, that's all. That's why one and the same sentence can be analytic in one framework, but synthetic, not analytic in another framework, because then the framework is defined, is set up differently. Okay, so this is like you open up your math textbook. Okay, some define continuous function in a certain way, and then a certain statement ends up being analytic. Another textbook would define the notion of continuous function a different way. And what is analytic in the one textbook might not be analytic in the other textbook. Okay, and in both textbooks they might be useful. Okay, maybe one is more useful than another, and mathematicians change around their definitions all the time for certain purposes. And that's how I want you to think of my analytic statements in a framework like the second one. Okay. And that's all the business concerning analyticity that I'm involved in. Okay. So Quine, I think, was right that there is no clear notion of analyticity for natural language, except maybe, think of Bogossian, maybe as the epistemic notion or so. I will not deal with that here. Okay. But it's certainly not what Carnap was interested in. Carnap was interested in a notion of analyticity that comes with artificially constructed linguistic frameworks. Okay, that's exactly what I've done here. Okay, and these frameworks for Carnap didn't have factual import, and they do not have factual import in my case. Yeah. And apart from that, I hope you've seen that my definition of analyticity is perfectly clear and precise and actually quite ordinary and traditional, and there's no funny business going on, I want to say. Okay, so I hope this addresses some of the worries that people might have had about analyticity. Other people have other ways of addressing that. Some of them are in the audience again, but I will bracket that. And then finally, with respect to metaphysical necessity, I hope you've seen that this is a way of rationally reconstructing Kripke's claim that morning star equals evening star is necessary, synthetic, and even a posteriori. Okay, and all of that is compatible with the box operator being framework relative and not representing a property out there. Okay, so you can be Kripkean and still buy into Carnapian framework building. And as far as I can see, you can reconstruct all the other Kripkean examples of necessary a posteriori claims. Okay, C is a daughter of D, water is H2O, tigers are mammals. Okay, you would preserve them from one world to the next across the accessibility relation, similar idea. Okay, and you get the corresponding statements to be necessary. I want to say metaphysically necessary, but not analytic. Okay, and this gives you then the idea maybe all the central terms and operators of metaphysics can be reconstructed in similar ways as merely expressive devices. Okay, and then you have a new idea maybe what metaphysics could be, the role that it could play in philosophy. It could be reconstructed as that part of philosophy that constructs or reconstruct conceptual frameworks and then recommends you to speak from within these frameworks for certain purposes. Okay. Now, I've done the same thing for other things. So Tim, for example, is interested in counterfactuals, more interested in some sense than in metaphysical necessity. And you can do the same thing for the counterfactual if then, and it becomes a merely expressive device. Or objective chance function symbols, normative operators. Okay, so that's something interesting maybe for meta-ethics and so on. Okay. Maybe ultimately you even get a version of logicism going. Maybe mathematical symbols are themselves just merely expressive devices. They help you to grasp thoughts about the world out there, but they don't contribute to the truth conditions of the propositions thereby expressed about the world out there. Okay, but these things I haven't touched, and I'm not totally clear about all these things myself at this point. So ultimately, I hope some of the tenets of Carnapian logical empiricism can be vindicated, at least to the extent to which they were dealing with merely expressive devices. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
So thank you very much, Professor Lightgap, for your excellent exposition. And now we will open our space for question and answers. I have already some questions for you. So the first one comes from Professor Pablo Rivas Robledo.
Well, thank you. As you can see, I'm no professor at all, but I will try to elaborate a question here. Can you hear me well? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. So I have a question regarding how you treat concepts here. Like you literally say, you search the coordinates in the framework and you get the concept. Basically, I understood that it was. But you said, okay, sure, you can have a concept of disjunction, but there's no coordinate of the disjunction. So, and this, my question is, and I think we can expand this to all three examples, but then how can we get a concept of disjunctions if we cannot make, if they have no coordinate within the framework? I mean, we rather have to renounce to say that there's no concept of disjunction, and you said, no, I want to establish that, or we have to use other objects that do have a coordinate within the framework but they are not the disjunction itself because it has no objects there. So, and I think, okay, how can we have a concept of analyticity and necessity? That's my question.
Good, excellent. No, that's very good. So when you look at the concept that's expressed by the disjunction symbol, the disjunction concept, the or concept, the way I think of it is like in intentional semantics, it's some kind of intentional entity. So for example, you can think of the concept or as a function that takes two propositions, two sets of possible worlds, and maps them to their union. Okay, that function you could think of as the concept expressed by the disjunction symbol. And so this is something well defined in my framework. And what it does is it takes a set of mathematical entities, one proposition, and another set of mathematical entities, another proposition, and it maps them to their union, which is another set of mathematical entities, another proposition. So you stay within the mathematical part of the framework. And when you sort of compute propositions in that way, okay? So for example, there is a man or there isn't a man, right? So this is really the union of two propositions, the proposition that is expressed by there is a man and the proposition that is expressed by there isn't a man, and you take their union, so you get a set of possible worlds. When you then determine for that set of possible worlds whether it's true, you find that, well, it's true if it includes an actual world, and an actual world is one that gets the structure of the labeling right. And in that final bit, the union function for propositions, the concept of disjunction, doesn't play any role anymore. The only thing that is involved is, you check whether the components in the world get the structure right of the labeling, but none of these components had anything to do with disjunction. Okay, so that's why I wanted to say that there is the concept of disjunction, as it were, but this is a loose way of talking. There's nothing in the world. Okay, there is no property, as it were, if you want to call it, or relation, okay, or something, some quantity or whatever you want to call it, that's out there in the world waiting for you to be discovered and described, that would be picked out by the disjunction symbol or by the concept of disjunction. You stay within the purely mathematical, within the purely structural realm. But the predicate man, for example, right, it also helps you to express propositions. There is a concept man. But then in the bit where you then check whether the corresponding propositions are true or not, whether they include an actual world, you then have a checking that involves sort of the man components at the worlds, whether they get the structure right of the set of men that you want to talk about. So there's the predicate man, there is the concept of being a man, and then there is the final check with the set of men out there and so on, how this set relates to other sets, okay? So that's what I meant when I say the predicate is not a merely expressive device. It expresses a concept that's in a mathematical part, but it also tracks the property out there, as it were. It reaches into the empirical world. That's the difference that I wanted to make. But if you don't like that way of talking, nothing hangs on it. I mean, all the definitions that I've written down, there are a lot to digest sort of in a moment, but all of them are, perfectly precise and unpackable. And if you just stick to that terminology and you prefer to do that, that would be perfectly fine for me. Okay, so don't worry too much about that distinction, but that's the idea. So roughly, the disjunction symbol, you teach a logic class, you would say the disjunction symbol, there's a truth function, which is purely mathematical, and that's all there is to that, to the meaning, as it were, of the disjunction symbol, if you'd like to do semantics. Okay, not so for the predicate man, it has an extension, and in that extension, you have actual man out there. That's the difference. Does that help?
Yeah, so I'm trying just to apply this to the other concepts that you did, but it's brilliant. So, for example, if I say this is a disjunction, this is there is such thing that is a disjunction. What objects do I take? Disjunctions themselves, like the propositions or the symbol? I think that you want to say that the symbol does not work here. So there's got to be an actual disjunction.
I wouldn't use the term actual disjunction, but I mean, so take my first framework, right? So I build up the framework, then I add a language. So the one occurrence, as it were, of disjunction is the linguistic one, where you have a linguistic operator. That's the symbol. You stick it in between two sentences. You take two sentences A, B, you plug it in the middle of it, you get A or B. And then you have a semantics by which a sentence like that expresses a proposition, a set of possible worlds in the framework, okay? So then you have a counterpart to the symbol or that works on propositions and takes propositions as arguments. That's the union function. Okay, it's something still purely mathematical. It's not syntactic. It's something set theoretic or model theoretic, if you prefer. Okay, you have that. But that's all there is. There's nothing third in the world, sort of. Okay, whereas with the predicate man, there's the linguistic item, the predicate. There is the concept, that's a function from possible worlds to extensions, that's purely mathematical. And then there's the third thing in the labeling structure, that's to be tracked by the components in the world. It's the third thing that's missing in the disjunctive symbol. And that's what makes it a merely expressive device. That's the idea, okay? And then there might be other logical symbols, but the same idea would apply.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for the first question. I have many others. The second one is by Sebastian Gill.
Well, first of all, Hannes, thank you so much for your talk. I found that absolutely delightful. It actually helped me understand something that I thought I would never understand. And this ties into the question that I want to ask. So this question is, what kind of additional structure you would want to add to go from a framework to a theory? And I'd like to bring this up in context of a historical example. I'll try to go over quickly. So Heinrich Hertz tried to reformulate mechanics by removing talk of forces and energy. And he wanted to just have matter, mass, and time. Sorry, matter, space, and time. And it seems to me finally that this kind of approach was basically regarding these other things and these other formulations of mechanics as forces and energies as what would be merely expressive devices, if I can use your expression. And for one thing, I think is amazing because it finally helped me understand what he was trying to do. But then the second thing is more like, in light of this project of logic or empiricism, let's say, how do you think, could you please help me understand what additional stuff we need to add to the frameworks so that we can think them as, so that we can think of them as reformulations of theories, for example?
Good, excellent. Thanks so much, Sebastian. So I don't think of any of my frameworks as sort of reformulations of scientific theories. But once you have a framework, as it were, a scientific framework, a framework for a scientific theory, then the scientific theory will correspond to a proper subset of the set of all possible worlds of a framework. And you know, none of this is unheard of. So one thing that is driving my project is sort of inspiration from the non-statement view of scientific theories. So if you read one of my big heroes, Patzupis, right, when he reconstructed back then Newtonian mechanics, I want to say he tacitly designed a framework, very much in my sense, purely mathematical as it were. And then, you know, he added additional constraints that, you know, went beyond the combinatorial possibilities, but sort of threw out some of the combinatorial possibilities. And that's, of course, ultimately in Newtonian mechanics wants to make scientific claims, empirical claims, wants to rule out certain ways the actual world might be, yeah, and just leave in others. And that corresponds then to a set of mathematical models or a set of possible worlds in the framework, namely a proper subset. Whereas the framework is sort of the structure around it, as it were, yeah. And I've done that in one example case because I wanted to check out whether it works fine. And that was exactly the case of Newtonian mechanics. So I was not talking fictionally here in my talk. I really literally did that. Okay. And it is based on an old paper by Patzupis. Yeah. Now, if you want to be an instrumentalist, okay, you can now say that force and mass there are pure, merely expressive devices. And you get pretty much what people, I think, back then had in mind when they were saying that. And it's an old idea, right, that force might be given as, you know, mass times acceleration, and, you know, and then others complain and say, no, that's not the case, right? They are not merely expressive devices. Instrumentalism is wrong, and that's all fine. They just use a different framework. And to some extent, what these days people are doing, in my, you know, biased reconstruction, okay, what some people are doing when they do metaphysics of science, I think what they're doing is that they construct or reconstruct such frameworks sort of what they reconstruct is patterns of usage, of thought, of language, of application of scientific theories. And what's called the metaphysics of science, in my terminology, would be rational reconstruction of the underlying frameworks, and then checking under which conditions you should speak from within these frameworks and under which conditions not. Okay. Now, what happens very often in theory change, if it's a paradigmatic theory change, if it's not just, you have a law hypothesis about gravitation and now you have a different law hypothesis, but really you change sort of the framework, the conceptual machinery in a paradigmatic change in science, what happens is that you do not just switch from one set of possible worlds in a framework to a different set. That would be real theory change, but keeping the framework fixed. But what you do is you change the framework. You move from F to F prime, okay? So you have different components in your tuples, okay? Things that might be merely expressive in the one framework might end up being sort of referring in the other framework, okay? All of that is possible, and I think all of that is part of my game. And just to give a final point on that, I very much liked always the idea that Michael Friedman had in Dynamics of Reason, of thinking that of the transition from Newtonian mechanics to relativistic mechanics as something like a change of linguistic framework in a Canepian sense. Okay, so he tied together this Kuhnian idea with this Canepian idea. Okay, it's not the case that I buy into everything that Kuhn said. Don't worry. Okay, and I do not buy into everything that Carnap said. So don't worry. Okay, but I think there's something right here. There is a sort of a two-layered structure. Okay, and the fundamental changes, the revolutionary changes, are changes in the framework. Okay, and then the normal scientific changes within the normal course. These are theory changes where you keep the framework relatively fixed. Okay, and in my reconstruction, this would mean you have the framework and you switch from one set of possible worlds to another. Both of them, they rule out possibilities. They're real theories, but you keep the framework the same. So in Newtonian mechanics, it would roughly be sort of what an inertial system is. That's sort of coded up in the framework. But then the law hypothesis, how gravitation works, or other specific law hypotheses for specific system, that's part of what the theory is. Okay, and that's roughly how this tracks. You have had additional examples. I can't reconstruct all the examples. I'm not enough of a philosopher of physics, but at least for Newtonian mechanics, what I say, I hope, is on sufficiently firm ground.
Thank you so much. I just want to say something real quick. So if you look at Hertz, which apparently the one person that Wittgenstein quoted in the Tractatus was Hertz, we can understand Hertz in this way. He wanted to do a change of framework. And what I think is very nice and actually very useful, because I think a step towards theory change sometimes is that we first undergo a reformulation of the theory by a change of framework. And then this brings light to new things. So my favorite example of this is quantum mechanics is based on the Hamiltonian formulation of classical mechanics. And it wasn't without this change of framework that we would not have been able to get quantum mechanics. And I think what you've done here is so wonderful. And yeah, I think it's great. Thank you so much. Like, this really opened up my mind.
Thanks so much, Sebastian. I should say, I also do not buy into everything Wittgenstein said. In fact, most of it I do not buy into. Okay, so
I haven't read Wittgenstein, so I don't know.
To be very honest about it, but as an Austrian, I'm allowed to say that. Okay.
Thank you very much. Next question, Professor Gillian Russell.
Hi, Hannes. Thanks for the super rich talk.
Thank you.
I am very fond of both the Tractatus and empiricism, semantics, and ontology, and I certainly feel the romance of trying to preserve the best of them. I have tons of questions. Here's one that I think would help me to get an answer to. I think for a lot of people, the questions about the necessary a posteriori are going to loom pretty large. Maybe necessary synthetic would be a more appropriate way to talk about them now, but I wasn't sure I understood all the details of how the evening star as the morning star ended up being both necessary and synthetic. But this is one thing that I'm sort of think might be the right thing, and I was hoping you could tell me if I'm right. So it seemed as if identity, unlike the other logical constants, ended up not being a merely expressive device, that instead it had some kind of almost like empirical content to do with movement patterns, and that's how it could turn out. that the evening star is the morning star wasn't analytic. So I wondered, is that right? Is identity getting treated differently from the other logical constants? And then if it ends up being like that, does that mean that like A equals A is not going to be analytic anymore?
Excellent. No, so I totally agree. There is a little bit of cheating going on, but at least I think I put my cards on the table. The cheating is these structural requirements that are built into the C relation, right? That it's a congruence relation, sort of the structural features of identity. Yeah. But here I want to play this card. Do you think in the first order logic of identity that the identity symbol is a logical symbol?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm used to thinking of it. I'm sure there could be reasonable reasons for giving that up. I'm open to those, but that's how I normally think of it. Yeah.
Good. So I think, so here's my guess. If we were now sitting, in
syncretic grammatic, right? So often it gets introduced through the definition of truth for identity sentences, right?
Yes, exactly. So we're on the same page. So if we now had, a bit of time, we would go to our favorite cafe and sip coffee and talk about it, and yeah. I would give you the details. I think if you're happy with saying that the equality symbol in first order logic with identity is a logical symbol and its corresponding laws are logical laws, then I think you would also make the same, you would accept what I said in my framework. And A equals A would end up being a logical law, and it would be analytic. And the equality symbol in my third framework would be a merely expressive device. Okay. Yeah, on the other hand, if you were thinking there's already some cheating going on in classical logic there, you might, I think, end up having the same worries about my framework. Okay, but to me that's good enough. The other cheating that I used was I built a finiteness condition. I was sort of tacitly assuming that there are finitely many humans around. Okay, so again, I could make that better by adding to the cardinality of my worlds, and ultimately philosophers usually would give up and say, yeah, I give you that. So there's a little bit of cheating, but I don't think it's enough cheating to be problematic. At least that's my hope. Okay, and about the other thing, maybe can I just quickly share my slides again here, because that is an important point. So one way of thinking about it. So this is not exactly right, but it might give you throw a different light on what I did. Look at the statement here again, right? Morning star equals evening star implies it's necessary that morning star equals evening star. So, I mean, we have that now as a sort of kind of Kripkean modal law, okay? And here in that framework, it ends up being analytic, yeah? And the set of worlds, it expresses the set of all worlds whatsoever, yeah? Now, A equals B doesn't end up being analytic. There, in some worlds, morning star equals evening star, and in other worlds, it's not the case. In some worlds, that is, 1 and 2 stands in the C relation, and in other worlds, 1 and 2 does not. Yeah, and I do not presuppose sort of that out there morning star equals evening star. I run through the possibilities. They could be distinct and they could be equal. And if they're distinct, they could have that movement pattern or not. Okay, and if they're equal, I can also run through possibilities. But the congruence relation that needs to be respected. So that's a little bit of cheating that I was addressing before. So in some sense, you can think of it in the way that is sort of analytic. Whether the antecedent is true or not, that's a matter of the facts. Right? The corresponding proposition is not the set of all worlds. And now put the two together, the facts together with that analytic statement, will then give you the truth of it's necessary that A equals B. But the truth of that is then given, as it were, in virtue of what's analytic, the Kripkean law, and the factual antecedent, okay, by modus ponens, as it were. And now what I just said gives you the idea that sort of this is a matter of the facts, not just of the framework alone, whereas the conditional, that's a matter of the framework alone. And now what I literally did is the model theoretic counterpart thereof. And I like that counterpart much more because it's really not about conditionals and deriving stuff or so. It's like in your talk yesterday, you gave a model theoretic reconstruction, and I try to give a model theoretic reconstruction here as well. And
yeah, I liked that actually there was less about rules in the framework and more about assigning meanings. Right?
Yes, and sort of in the models is what the actual world is like. That's a matter of the facts, right? If it happened to be the case, weird conditional, right? That morning star had been different from evening star, then a different world would have been actual. Okay? That's a matter of the.
confusing things that you keep using morning star and evening star, because for a lot of people, those are descriptions, right? So they're not rigid. But the real question with the necessary a posteriori can be like names, right?
Yeah, but think of them as, you know, then you have a different framework. That's also fine, okay? So I thought of it now in the way that you use the descriptions as just reference determiner, and you're the champions of reference determining. So you should like it, okay? And so basically in the evening you point it there, and in the morning you point it there, okay? And when I describe my framework, I tell you what happened, okay? But, you know, this doesn't show up anymore, sort of within the framework, okay? You could also have a framework and an object language with definite descriptions, and then, you know, do it differently. That's also fine.
Yeah. So with the names, I'm much more troubled when you say things like, there are worlds where A is not B.
Yeah, but here, that's just sort of a little help for you to get into what I'm doing, but I can always spell that out in precise terms. So this just means there is two mathematical worlds. In one is congruent to two, and in another, one is non-congruent to two. And everything I said when I do this in a sort of hand-wavy way is really, you can always look at the mathematical things out there, okay? That's the thing that ultimately plays a role in order to determine propositions. But whether the propositions are true, now you need to make this comparison with the real world, with the labeling, okay? And that makes it the case here that the necessity of A equals B, that is true. That's not just a matter of the framework. It's also to do with this comparison, okay? Whereas if A equals B, then it's necessary that A equals B. That you know, the comparison didn't have a role here. It picked out the set of all possible worlds, and we were running through all the combinatorial possibilities. So that's the idea, basically. Yeah, necessity is not analyticity here. Did that help a little bit?
Yeah, it did help a little bit. Thank you. I need to think about it more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have 4 more questions. The first one from Professor Timothy Williamson.
Hi.
Hi, Tim.
So here's what's worrying me. So this is not about metaphysical modality. It seems that the meanings of expressions in an interpreted language don't by themselves determine which expressions count as logical constants. So for example, you know, if we're interested in deontic logic, we may take deontic modals as logical constants, but if we're not, we may not. And for example, I mean, even with identity, you know, in first order logic with identity, we're treating a particular symbol as a logical constant, but in first order logic without identity, it doesn't mean that there isn't a symbol there whose intended meaning is identity. It just means that we're not treating it as a logical constant. And so my concern is, so as it were, if we were applying your approach to a case like that, you know, if we were treating the identity symbol as not a logical constant, we would just be treating it, you know, as a regular two-place predicate, and you know, and assuming we don't have any stipulative stuff going on, it would just be, you know, associated, you know, basically with a relation in the same way as any other predicate. Whereas if we treated it as a logical constant, then, you know, it wouldn't be like that. And so it looks as though whether it comes out as merely expressive or not is determined not by the actual meaning of the symbol, but by a decision as to what to count as a logical constant. And that would, I think that would apply even to disjunction, because, you know, we could, I mean, in principle, you know, we might have a lot of connectives in the language which we didn't want to treat as logical constants, and you know, we would just have something in the world to handle them. And you know, and if we had or not treated as a logical constant, there would be no difficulty, you know, in applying this approach to it. And so whether even disjunction comes out as merely expressive or not, it is a matter of our decision just made on the basis of what we happen to be interested in about whether to count it as a logical constant or not. But if we do count it as a logical constant, it counts as merely expressive, as it were, as not corresponding to anything out there. But in fact, there is something perfectly suitable for it to correspond to, which it would correspond to if you didn't treat it as a logical constant. And so, as it were, it looks as though the distinction between the expressions which are merely expressive and those which aren't is not being determined at the level of the, as it were, intended meanings of the expressions at all. It's pretty much just being determined by our decisions about what to count as a logical constant. And so really what we're doing is just, as it were, inputting our decisions about what to count as a logical constant into the framework and then getting back something which, as it were, pretty much what we put in to begin with. I mean, that's the worry.
Good. Very excellent. Understand the worry. So let me explain why I'm not worried. I think in principle, I think everything that you said, I think is right. But here's why I'm not worried about it. Basically, what my approach is meant to do is to make the phrase that you used now, treating something as a merely expressive device, to make that phrase precise and clarified, and then apply what we've come up with. And that's what my frameworks are meant to do. So you can treat the equality symbol as a merely expressive device, or you do not. Maybe even disjunction. For disjunction, it's relatively unpopular to treat it as a not merely expressive device. One would have to think about what that even meant, but it could be, and that's perfectly fine. But this is just a phrase. I hope I've at least given you a precise way of rationally reconstructing that phrase. Okay. Now, and I think it works fine. It's for me like you could open up your math textbook, right? And you haven't read it, and I already read it, and you say, do they regard here that symbol as a defined term, or is it primitive in there, right? That's how the authors decided to treat that term in their exposition of, their particular theory. Another textbook might have, treated the symbol differently, right? What's primitive for the one is defined for the other. And that kind of decision, treating the one as such and the other one not as such, that I wanted to make precise in my framework. And that's exactly how I think about it. So the framework are a matter of sort of our choice, of our freedom to design. And one choice might be more useful, more suitable for a certain purpose than another one. Okay, because you might think it doesn't matter ultimately if it's just our free choice. Well, that's not the case. It's like, as we all know, certain systems of definitions in mathematics can be really useful and fruitful, and others are not. Okay, and in the same way, designing a framework such that a particular symbol counts as merely expressive in the framework might be really useful for certain purposes, and the framework where this would be not treated as merely expressive would not be. Okay, so that's basically what I've done. Now, I should also say, I don't think my approach will help you within the realm of the merely expressive devices, drive a wedge between the logical symbols and the non-logical ones. So I don't see that either. I don't think my approach will help you, okay? So for me, I have one natural class, as it were, namely the merely expressive devices. The logical symbols belong to them, but it's a bigger class. I've already introduced other examples, okay? And maybe all the mathematical symbols might be in there. And in some sense, one upshot might be from that viewpoint, there might be no natural wedge that you could drive within them. But sorry, technical stuff. But at least I think I have given you a precise way of understanding what the demarcation between merely expressive and not merely expressive is like. And I think that's already progress.
Yeah, but just one follow-up. So suppose, for example, that we were applying this apparatus to a physical theory. A theory produced by physicists. So let's put aside the stipulative definitions, because there may be some of those, but then. I take it that the physicists are unlikely to be interested in the question of which, good arguments are purely logically valid and which are valid in some more general sense. I mean, they're interested in good reasoning, but they don't care whether it's purely logical reasoning. So it seems like to apply your framework to the physicist's theory, a whole lot of extra decisions would need to be made, as it were, which the physicists have not themselves made about what to count as a logical constant and what not. And so that, as it were, what you got out of the framework when you applied it to the physical theory, as it were, it wouldn't be about what the physicists were treating as logical constants. It would be about what the logician who was studying the physicist's theory was treating as a logical constant. I mean, is that fair?
I think that's fair, but again, I'm not worried, because I think that's true for all logical, or let's generally say rational reconstruction of scientific theories. So there's always, in philosophy of science, or when the logician looks at mathematical theories, and you always go beyond the data, as it were, right? Mm. So there are certain things that mathematical practice is silent about, okay? That's underdetermined by mathematical practice, or maybe even there is no matter of fact here. And there is something in that, we fill in some parameters when we logically and rationally reconstruct, okay? So you can treat a particular symbol as a primitive or not, you can introduce that definition, you can switch around the logical system. And actually, I want to say that for most mathematical theories and most scientific theories, there is more than one interesting, successful, fruitful, rational reconstruction thereof. And in fact, that's true, right? For math, as we all know, you can take ordinary math and reconstruct it set theoretically, right? Or you do it in higher order logic, right? In simple type theory, or in homotopy type theory, or in category theory. To some extent, these are all logical reconstructions of sort of the mathematical practice that's out there. It's not that the original math, the practice that you start from, doesn't have any input whatsoever. So I think you were overshooting the target here a little bit, sort of rhetorically. So you have to resemble what's out there. You have to stay close enough, right? So you want to capture some of the inferences that the mathematicians make, right? You want to end up with some of the theorems that they have, and so on and so forth, right? But there is something that's not determined by that. And there you have different choices. And that's the case. That's sort of the beauty and the creativity of philosophy of maths and philosophy of science and logic. So I'm wholly embracing that. With rational reconstruction, you go beyond the data. And final word on that, rational reconstruction, I think, is very close to what scientists are doing when they're describing and explaining and predicting phenomena. But it's not the same thing. You want to sharpen a little bit. You want to clarify a little bit. You want to improve upon what you had there. So it's kind of a normative business, right? So the sharpening and all of that is the thing where you go beyond the data. And if things go well, you improve the thing that you started from. So thereby it's useful. And that's the difference with the scientists. If they idealize, they should always do with a little bit of bad conscience, right? Let's simplify a little bit, but actually, that's wrong because look at the data. So that's not what's going on with rational reconstruction. And I think we should proudly embrace that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. I would have 4 more questions, but I think it would be impossible to answer all the 4 for the time we have before 11 o'clock in the morning, Costa Rica. So the next one, anyway, is from Professor Eleonora Cresto.
Hi, Hannes.
Hi, Eleonora.
Really enjoyed your talk. So I wanted to ask a question about the expressive power, so to speak, of the model, which is perhaps a follow-up of some questions that appeared before. I'm not so sure. Conjunction as a logical constant, as the connective, is a predicate that is not expressing a property. So far, so good, great. But then also maybe at a higher level, we might want to express of some sentences that they are disjunctions, So that's not predicate of propositions, a set of words, no, but of sentences. So you no longer have a logical constant there. You have just a property, So I was wondering, because, for example, you can you can do something very nice with the truth predicate, which again, if you are this quotational at least, I mean, it's great that you can have it as a predicate that is not expressing a real property. And so that's great. But then not sure you can do something similar with analyticity, for example, which is again something you would like to express of sentences, not of propositions. So, I mean, you would like to say that a particular sentence, maybe that it's a disjunction or that it's analytical. And I mean, that was my question.
Good, excellent. So there's the disjunction symbol, right? So that's a logical operator. And we talked about it, and it's a merely expressive device and so on. You know, I'm just saying the obvious. You stick it in between two sentences, you get a new sentence, and then we have the intentional semantics and all of that. But what you suggested, there's also other things, like there is the predicate, X is a disjunction symbol, or X is a conjunction symbol or so. That's a syntactic predicate. And now, you know, you can think of syntax as something where you talk about the real world out there. So, you know, let me put like this, right? So this is this conjunction symbol, right? So this is a predicate that applies to that thing we would say intuitively, but not to other things out there. That's a predicate. It's not the conjunction symbol, but it's a syntactic predicate by which we can express that some syntactic items is conjunction-like and others are not, okay? So it's not a logical symbol, it's part of syntax, but not part of logic, I would say, okay? And it's a predicate, it's not a sentence operator. And if you think of it empirically in that way, probably you will not treat it as a merely expressive device, but it picks out, you know, a property out there in the world that applies to certain things in the world and doesn't apply to others, okay? Now, sometimes we also do syntax sort of modular coding, right? So that's what we like to do when we, in logic, right? When we prove the incompleteness theorems or so, then we treat syntax sort of as a purely mathematical theory. And there you can mathematically define all the syntactic predicates. You can also arithmetically define that predicate. X is a conjunction symbol. Really, X is the code of a conjunction symbol. And then it's a mathematical expression. And there, I suggested at the end of my talk, it might make sense to treat all of the mathematical symbols as merely expressive devices. And then even the syntactic predicate that you were interested in would end up being an expressive device. Okay, so these are the options that I can offer. This syntactic predicate, blah, 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 is a conjunction symbol. You can put it into the object language. That's fine. Or you could just have it in sort of the language in which you're talking about the frameworks, roughly the language that I was using in my talk. Okay, it could be part of the language that I was mentioning that belongs to the framework, or it could be part of the language in which I talk about the frameworks, as we are now doing. Okay, both of that is perfectly possible, and both of that I think would be fine. The analyticity predicate that I introduced, I didn't have in the object language. It was just sort of in the language in which I was telling you about frameworks, right? Because once you're dealing with frameworks, it's handy to have that predicate around, okay? It's useful for that purpose, okay? You could also stick it into the object language, but that's not what I did, okay? And analyticity, the way I defined it on the level of frameworks, expresses a property of sentences, not propositions. So it's exactly like you wanted it to have. It doesn't make sense in the way I suggested to speak of a proposition as being analytic, but it's a sentence that is analytic. That's how I defined it, at least. Okay, you can say about a proposition that it equals the set of all worlds in the framework. So that's sort of the counterpart of analyticity. But analyticity, as I defined it, is a property of sentences, not of the propositions. I hope that helps and clarifies things a little bit.
Yeah. So what you would say is, let's go to the meta level in which I explain the features of my framework. That's the way of capturing this idea, and not within the framework, because then there's no way of doing it. Oh, so actually, I was. No, sorry. So maybe you could say something similar for the disjunction. I mean, if you say this particular sentence is a disjunction as opposed to a conjunction. I mean, not the symbol, but I mean the sentence as a whole. Maybe you could say the same. Well, look at the machinery, for the framework, but not at the object,
yes.
So to speak. So
yes, absolutely. It's just that the only thing that I would add is, to some extent, it's also possible to internalize the things that you say about the frameworks and put them into the object language of these very frameworks. So for example, you could introduce in a framework a new sentential operator, and it's meant to express that a proposition equals the set of all possible worlds in the framework. Right? That would be sort of an object linguistic counterpart to the analyticity predicate by means of a sentence operator now. And you could even have a language where you have an analyticity predicate, as it were, on the meta level, on the framework level, and you have an analyticity predicate in the object language, and the one is related to the other. Okay. Now, of course, then you have to deal with paradoxes, type-free languages, but we now have the resources to do that, right? So we can have a notion of truth for propositions and internalize that. We can have a notion of a truth for sentences and internalize that. And all of the methods that we've developed for these purposes are available here. And in fact, if you look at what Carnap is doing in Meaning and Necessity, basically he has a sentence operator, his box as it were, okay, which expresses it's logically necessary, it's logically true that. But that expresses something that on the meta level, he would express by a linguistic predicate of the form sentence A is logically true. So to some extent, he internalized the logical true predicate, which is a predicate of sentences, as a sentence operator in the object language. Okay, you can do that. You have to be careful. You might run into trouble, but if you're careful enough, you can do that, and that's also fine. And part of my game, I didn't exploit it here. Analyticity was just on the meta level, as it were, not on the object level.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I have time just for one last question because we started a little bit late because of my introduction. And so the last question from Professor Graham Priest.
Hi, Hannes.
Hi, Graham.
That was nice. One of the things that's really nice about it is the flexibility you have. It's a very general construction. As you pointed out, it's kind of logic neutral in a certain sense. You can choose your logic. Your meaning postulates are also, freely chosen and so on. So all that's left is between choice of frameworks are pragmatic considerations, and that's kind of nice. It's certainly very Carnapian, but there's a worry that it's overgeneral, and the worry is this: look, we use words with certain meanings. Now, okay, meanings might be vague to a certain extent and indeterminate to a certain extent, but it's clear that words do have a certain determinate meaning, and you're not free to choose how to use words if you want to play a certain game. So, someone is free to use the word unmarried to mean Russian, but if there's a debate about bachelors, they might be fairly accused of changing the subject. So it seems that in a choice of framework, there are certain constraints imposed by our pre-existing meanings of the language we speak. Okay, so that suggests two worries. The first is that the choice of an appropriate framework is not simply pragmatic, it's constrained by some facts about meaning. And then the deeper worry is that there's an aspect of meaning, an important aspect of meaning, which is not being captured by the model, which is going to have to be factored into it somehow.
Good, excellent. No, that relates closely to the exchange that I had with Tim, I think, in the second part of Tim's worries. So the way I think about it is the following. Just take conceptual frameworks and don't, for the time being, think of them as rationally reconstructing anything. Just look, you're free to construct them. And I've given you general methods of doing that. So far, I think you have complete freedom. And in some sense, since by math alone and the way you set up the different frameworks, the set of worlds in each framework is true, yeah, there can't be any epistemic wedge that you drive between them. They're epistemic on par. All of them are true. That's it. Now you might want to use them for some purposes, and that's where the pragmatic considerations come into play. And that's what I said. For certain purposes, one might be useful, the other one might be not. For other purposes, this might switch. They are tools. That's it. They are tools for certain purposes. Now, one of the purposes to which you might put conceptual framework is rationally reconstructing certain patterns of thought, of inference, of usage of language that are out there that you want to rationally reconstruct or explicate. And that is when the thing that you want to rationally reconstruct or explicate, the data out there, they have an additional constraining function that goes beyond pragmatics. And you're absolutely right about that. But that's sort of not the fault of the framework. That's the fault of you intend to rationally reconstruct by means of some of these frameworks, something that's already there. And now, in order for the framework to be a good rational reconstruction, a successful explication, as Karl also would have said, of that thing that you want to explicate, yeah, they have to be similar enough. Okay, so if you study how mathematicians are reasoning, and you suggest a framework in which none of the standard logical rules, modus ponens and universal instantiation and what not, okay, none of them come out as logically valid, it seems you're very far removed from mathematical practice. Okay, it would be better to use a framework in which they come out as logically true. Okay, but so you have to be similar enough, and you can't just reject what's out there. You might build a completely different framework. You're free to do so, but don't claim then anymore that it's a rational reconstruction of sort of a reasoning in mathematical proofs. Okay, once you want that to be a rational reconstruction, that's the additional constraining factor. But there is still a degree of freedom left. Okay, and that was my exchange with Tim. Okay, yeah. So that's like if you want to rationally reconstruct mathematical theories, say arithmetic, you go to a class in number theory. But are they doing first order piano arithmetic or second order piano arithmetic? Or are they doing arithmetic within set theory? Or are they doing, something completely different? And you always capture something that's out there, but other things you change around and you make more precise and you improve. Yeah. So the same with logic. So recently I've given again a Logic 1 course. You have these beginners. So there's something there about disjunction and negation and quantifiers. And with other stuff, actually when you do classical logic, you change things around a little bit. Yeah. Sometimes to the good, sometimes to the bad, maybe even, okay? But you have to be close enough to the patterns that they are familiar with. And in other things, you make little changes. Do you change the subject matter there? Yes, but that's good. Because as I think of it, it's a normative project where you want to improve the thing that you start with. Think of Tarski on truth, right? He starts with examples from natural language. He starts with the existing literature, Aristotle, but he also wants to do better than that because you could run into inconsistency. That's the improvement step where he goes beyond the data. He's sort of bound by something in the data, but it's not that everything is determined. And in fact, after Tarski, people had other solutions to the paradoxes. And there's a lot of branching going on, right? You can switch around the logic. The young people are now into sort of substructural approaches. The older ones, like, I include myself now, okay? I'm not, okay? But because they change something else. But, originally we just have the way we use the truth predicate in natural language that underdetermines how we do it. But we want to do better because we want to solve the paradoxes. And the same for logic and all the other merely expressive devices. So that's my general approach. We don't want to do linguistics where we actually try to describe in a nice way by laws, as it were, what's out there. We want to do better than what's out there. Okay. So again, that's my normative answer, I hope, to your question.
Okay. Look, there is a lot going on there. We'll just have to pursue them at another time, Hannes.
Of course. Thank you so much.
To be continued. Thank you very much, Professor Lightgap. It was
Thanks so much,
interesting and very instructive for everybody. I'm very interested in the topic and also in the possible use of category theory in analyzing a philosophical question, but we don't have time to go on. We have to pass to our second guest of this morning and talking about Professor Annalisa Colliva. We'll introduce you briefly. Originally from Milan, Italy, Annalisa Colliva obtained her BA in philosophy from the University in Bologna. After doctoral studies at the University del Piemonte Orientale Amedeo Avogadro and at the University of St. Andrews, UK, she's currently a professor at the University of California, Irvine. Colliva deals primarily with philosophy of language, philosophy of mind, epistemology, and history of analytic philosophy. Developing her interpretation of uncertainty, she coined the term hinge epistemology, which has become usual in current philosophical production to designate the conception of knowledge and certitude typical of the so-called last Wittgenstein, and the contemporary perspectives deriving from this late Wittgensteinian stance. We remember in our production, Extended Rationality, Hinge Epistemology, 2015, and the Varieties of Self-Knowledge, 2016. And from the last year, together with Maria Bagramian, Relativism. We will have two talks. The first one will about general epistemology, Hinge Epistemology, Constitutivist Style. And the second one, much more in direction of social epistemology, more and happier women on the political significance of family resemblance and Hinge epistemology. Here there was a mistake in our, we've written down the title, was a mistake of the organization, we've written semblance, but of course the traduction, the translation of Familienähnlichkeit is family resemblance. Okay, for the first talk we have about 30 minutes and then about 20 minutes question and answer. For the second one, will be shorter, about 30 minutes and other 15, 20-minute question and answer. And it should make together exactly 2 hours if mathematics is so, okay? Thank you very much. And sorry it was quite quick, but I want to give the floor immediately to Professor Annalisa Colliva. Thank you very much for being with us.
So thank you very much, Lorenzo, for having me. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Can I share my screen? I guess so, yeah. Fine.
Of course you can, Annalisa.
So, slideshow. All right, so what I'm going to do is give a quick overview of the book Extended Rationality, Hinge Epistemology. So an overview of one brand of Hinge Epistemology, as Lorenzo kindly mentioned in his introduction. I did coin the term, but this is a family of views. There's not just my own view, but of course I'll be talking about my own view. Now, a caveat, if there's any problem with the connection, we have a backup plan. The video has already been recorded, so just in case something goes wrong here, I'm back in Italy. I'm not entirely sure about my connection. It's the first time I tried for an extended amount of time. You know, we will try to patch it up, but hopefully everything will be fine. All right, so my starting point in the book is the development of what I call the moderate conception of perceptual justification, which is a midway position between the liberal and conservative accounts proposed by Jim Pryor, most prominently, but others as well, and Crispin Wright. So according to the liberal account, belief about specific material objects, such as, here's a pen, is perceptually justified if and only if absent defeaters, one has the appropriate course of experience, a pen-like experience, and that's enough to give one justification to believe the corresponding proposition that there is a pen here. Now, in my view, this account of the structure of perceptual justification is too weak. For the same course of experience is possible in cases of perceptual hallucination, and actually would make it more probable, let's say, the skeptical counterpart of the proposition. So I'm hallucinating having a hand or there being a pen here. The conservative account, on the other hand, has it that a belief about specific material objects, such as this pen, is perceptually justified even only if absent defeaters. One has the appropriate course of experience, and it is justifiably or warrantedly, doesn't matter for our purposes, assume that there is an external world and possibly other general propositions, such as my sense organs will work mostly reliably. I'm not the victim of massive cognitive deception. That is, all those background conditions that seem to have to be in place in order for our perceptual experience to bear onto the truth of a proposition about a specific physical object. Now, the problem with this view, in my opinion, is that it actually requires a justification or a warrant for these background assumptions, such as there is an external world, which is very hard to provide. I don't think we can use anything like Moore style proof to prove them. That would be circular, and I will say something about that shortly. I don't think we can easily prove there is an external world in a priori way. I am very skeptical of the kind of non-evidential warrants or entitlements that maybe some of you are familiar with after reading Crispin Wright. So the account that I favor for this reason, and then we can go on in the Q&A about more reasons in favor of that, is the following one. A belief about a specific material object, such as this pen, is perceptually justified absent the features, if and only if one has the appropriate course of experience, and it is assumed, but without any justification or warrant to do so, that there is an external world and possibly other background general propositions or assumptions, such as the ones that were mentioned before. Call these propositions hinges. Now, I'm not very much interested in this talk or in this book. In Wittgensteinian exegesis, we may discuss that, whether there is an external world would count as a hinge for Wittgenstein or not, doesn't matter for my purposes. I call it such, and so I hold that hinges are all and only. This is very different from Wittgenstein's official view in uncertainty. All and only those very general propositions which allow us to surpass what we might call our cognitive locality. So the propositions that maybe in another tradition, if you are more familiar with Bradsky's work, may be called heavyweight assumptions. So it's only by assuming that there is an external world and that our sense organs work mostly reliably that we can take our current experience to bear onto the determination of the truth of propositions about specific objects such as pens, hands, and so on. I will be talking about the hinge. There's an external world. I will be addressing issues surrounding skepticism about the external world in this talk, but I do believe that this kind of approach can be generalized. In the book, I do try to generalize it to other cases, such as the existence of other minds, the uniformity of the principle of nature, and so on and so forth, that underlies inductive generalizations. Now, there are some issues about what it means to assume a certain proposition, such as the general hinge, there is an external world. And here I distinguish between assuming a proposition propositionally or doxastically. So in my books, to assume that the proposition propositionally means that that proposition figures among the ingredients of a propositional justification for perceptual-based beliefs, or something that we need to assume, as it were, in the abstract space of reasons. Or in other words, it's what we as theorists have to posit in order to provide a, I think, correct account of the structure of perceptual justification. Doesn't have necessarily anything to do with what goes on in people's minds. Now, I think that if we look at the history of philosophy, moderates, philosophers that have maintained a view which aligns with what I just mentioned, well, moderates are legion. I think several naturalists, and here I borrow the expression from Strozen, hold a moderate position, take a Hume-style kind of epistemology, it's only by, it's part of our nature, it's part of our human nature, in a sense, to assume that Hume would have used the word belief, but I will not follow him in that respect, that there is an external world, and on that basis go about forming beliefs about specific material objects. In a Wittgensteinian fashion, if we look at uncertainty, it's not so much part of our human, even biologically determined nature, but it's more like part of what Wittgenstein calls the image of the world that we have inherited from our community, that we do so. I think that pragmatists, for instance, Peirce, actually are moderates. They don't require any justification of an epistemic kind for assumption that there is an external world. They may give something like a pragmatic justification for that because it proves useful, and we have to assume it, as it were, in order then to be able to have perceptual justification for our ordinary beliefs. But the way in which I think pragmatists of that kind would still count as moderates is because they do not require, and they actually don't think it's possible to provide an epistemic justification for that kind of hinge assumption. Now, although they are legion in a sense, I think that once we look at their positions, then it becomes pretty obvious that they do not have a convincing response or reply to skepticism, because skepticism about the external world challenges us to produce an epistemic justification for, according to the skeptic, the belief in the existence of an external world. And neither the naturalists that I mentioned in the beginning nor the pragmatists do anything like that. Now, in a sense, I will not be doing that either, but I hope to be able to offer a diagnosis that will allow us to counter skepticism anyway. So I think that this moderate account has some interesting and worth considering consequences. One is about the correct understanding of transmission failure, or at least one possible reading of what transmission failure amounts to, which I think is actually the most interesting one from a philosophical point of view. There may be other readings. I don't think they are necessarily in competition, but I hold that this one that I'm going to mention in a moment is the philosophically salient one. So take a more like kind of proof. So you have a visual experience as of a hand here, and then based on that experience, you form the belief that there is a hand, and you do have a justification for here's a hand. Then the second premise is that if there is a hand here, then there is an external world, and this is something that we know, or at least we have justification to believe, from which Moore thought that he could derive a justification, or indeed knowledge, for the conclusion that there is an external world. Now, the diagnosis of what is problematical in this inference has to do, in my view, with the following issue, that in fact, the assumption of the conclusion that there is an external world is needed in order for one to have a justification for the first premise of the argument based on also on the current experience one is having. And my claim is that whenever we encounter a kind of inferential structure like that, in which the conclusion, the assumption of the conclusion is needed in order to have justification for one or more of the premises, then the argument fails to produce or creates even a first justification to believe its conclusion. So it exhibits a form of transmission failure. Now, another relevant consequence of this account is that the closure principle for epistemic operators fails. Why so? Well, if you go back to this scheme of inference, or at least this example, the idea is that you may have a justification or indeed knowledge of the first premise as well as the knowledge or justification for the second one, and yet due to this kind of transmission failure, even if the argument is perfectly valid, etc., you don't acquire any justification or knowledge of the conclusion. And I'm not particularly worried about the failure of closure in this kind of context, because I think that, well, there are several reasons. One reason is that how we want to interpret the closure principle. And very often the ones who really worry about possible failures of closure are actually worried about failures of transmission more than closure, understood more merely as a syntactic, as it were, principle. And also because I think that actually closure holds in many, many cases. It's just that its validity is restricted. Is restricted to which cases? Well, to those inferences that do not have as a conclusion a heavyweight assumption or a hinge assumption, which is necessary in order, the assumption of which is necessary in order to have a justification for the one or more of the premises of the arguments. So there may be plenty, and indeed there are plenty of other arguments that do not have that structure for which closure holds. So it's not, maybe it's not even correct to say that it fails, it's just that it has to be restricted. So here I give an example of an inference in which closure holds no problem, and many inferences like that would preserve closure on my account. I'm not going to read it, it's really trivial. All right, so yeah, this is basically summarizing what I've just said. So let's now move on to how these ideas can be used in an attempt to counter at least certain kind of skepticism, which is of Humean descent. I think that we can break down the Humean skeptical challenge into steps. The first one, or thesis, the first one is P1. Since no epistemic justification for our basic beliefs or hinges or assumptions can be obtained, they are not rationally held. They are simply held because of our psychological constitution or for any other non-epistemic factor that you might want to plug in instead of psychological constitution here, if you are of a pragmatist persuasion, for instance, which makes it natural, in some sense of natural, for us to hold on to them. So the first thesis is that we have no epistemically rational justification, and because of that, we are not rationally within our rights in holding such an assumption. And then the second thesis is that if these assumptions are not epistemically justified, then the ordinary empirical beliefs that somewhat depend for their justification on those assumptions are themselves not epistemically justified either. So that is the really problematic, I mean, both theses are problematic, but it would be really disastrous if because of the non-epistemic justifiabilities, less rationality of these hinge assumptions, it turned out that we are never justified in holding, for instance, that there is a hand here or a pen or whatever have you. So going in reverse order to block this second claim, characteristic of the Humean skeptical challenge, I think it is enough to notice that closure doesn't hold unrestrictedly, and in particular, that it doesn't hold when the conclusion is a hinge proposition. due to the kind of transmission failure that I mentioned before. And so, you know, we can't contrapose the following, you know, the standard Morean argument and get it that since there is no justification or knowledge of the conclusion of that argument, namely there is an external world, we thereby have no justification or knowledge of the premises, in particular of the first premise either. So I think that consequence is easily blocked. Now, I want to say something more about how to counter the first thesis of the humanist skeptical challenge. So, in fact, I think it's important to notice that skeptics, maybe not just skeptics, but there is a kind of traditional understanding that sometimes it's not even spelled out in detail. It's kind of presupposed in the conversation and discussion, according to which epistemic rationality amounts to the following: that it is epistemically rational to believe all and only perceptually justified propositions, at least when we are dealing with a certain set of propositions about material objects, let's say. So I'm confining these considerations for the time being to this kind of case. I think that this account of epistemic rationality is actually not mandated, and it's indeed problematical. And in the book, I present and defend a different account of epistemic rationality, according to which it is epistemically rational to believe perceptually justified propositions. Of course, we want to preserve that, but also to accept those unjustifiable assumptions or hinges that make the acquisition of perceptual justifications possible in the first place, and are therefore constitutive of epistemic rationality. So my intuition here is that epistemic rationality is not a notion that hangs in the air. Maybe it's my Wittgensteinian upbringing in a sense that makes it so that for me, these notions have their home and depend on certain practices. In this case, epistemic practices of acquiring justifications for beliefs about specific material objects based on perception. But if it turns out that in order to have that practice, then it's constitutive of it to assume that there is an external world, or that our sense organs are working reliably and so on, then those assumptions too are part of the very practice, and therefore they're being accepted, although not justified or in a justifiable way, is actually part of the practice. And I think that there is a tendency to exclude that, because we are often much more interested in the moves that we make in the game of providing justifications for or against specific beliefs, empirical beliefs, rather than in thinking about their more general structure and what makes them possible. And here, I think it's useful to keep in mind the analogy with games, at least to the following extent, that games consist both of moves within them, but also of their rules. And amongst their rules, we can distinguish between constitutive ones, that is, the ones that are individuative of the game and make it the game it is, and other less constitutive or regulative norms of games. Here I'm obviously interested in the constitutive ones. So rules are constitutive of the game, at least certain rules are. And similarly, this is the point of the analogy, the assumptions which make a basic practice or method of inquiry, like gaining knowledge about our surroundings through perception, possible, are part of it, just as its applications. Indeed, these assumptions are constitutive of this basic practice or method, and therefore they're also constitutive of epistemic rationality. So if you allow for this extension, once the first part of the title of my book, Extended Rationality, if you allow for this extension of epistemic rationality beyond perceptually justified beliefs, so that also these constitutive assumptions that make possible the acquisition of justified beliefs turn out to be rational, then these assumptions are actually mandated by the lights of epistemic rationality itself. They're not there because we find them useful or because it comes natural to us due to our psychological constitution or our world picture. And so this offers us a way of providing a kind of response to skepticism, which would hold that if these assumptions are not epistemically justified, then they fall out of epistemic rationality altogether and in a sense are arbitrary. They're not arbitrary. Now, of course, one might wonder if our practices are arbitrary, but these practices are the ones we engage in just as skeptics do. So at least they are common to the parties to the debate. And so these very assumptions that are constitutive of epistemic rationality are something that skeptics too are committed to. And they're not just something that we are arbitrarily assuming. Now, of course, an epistemic or a rational mandate is not a justification of a non-evidential nature, so I don't think this account has anything in common with the entitlement view. A mandate doesn't speak to the truth of what it mandates, so it's not that saying that there is an external world is constitutive of epistemic rationality says anything in favor or corroborates the truth of that proposition. And of course, it's not an entitlement, as I've already mentioned. Of course, the arguments that have given in favor of the existence of these mandates gives us an a priori justification to believe another proposition, which is not the proposition that there is an external world, but rather that it is epistemically rational to assume that there is an external world, even though we have no epistemic justification for it. But there is it's completely different to say that we have a justification for the belief of the content of which is the proposition there is an external world, which is about the world, or to say that we have a justification to for a belief the content of which is actually the one captured in that part of the slide, which says something about the rationality of assuming that proposition. And another way of putting what I've just said is to say that the arguments have produced gives us an a priori justification for we have an epistemically rational mandate to assume that there is an external world, even though we have no justification for it. Now, as we all know, responses to skepticism can be divided into direct and indirect ones. The direct responses to skepticism aim at providing epistemic justifications for the targeted propositions, in this case, the proposition that there is an external world. Indirect responses, on the other hand, acknowledge that epistemic justifications for the targeted propositions are not attainable, and yet they offer diagnosis of why this wouldn't have the disastrous consequences skeptics think would have. So just to summarize, C2, that we don't have any justification for ordinary empirical beliefs because if we have no justification for the background assumptions, by contraposition, we can't have justification for those beliefs, is blocked given moderatism, transmission failure, and the failure of closure. C1 the thesis that we are not within our rational rights, epistemic rational rights, assuming these background propositions is also blocked once you embrace this extended view of epistemic rationality. So the diagnosis that is offered of what goes wrong with skepticism about the existence of an external world is not that they work with too narrow a notion of justification, but rather that they work with too narrow a notion of epistemic rationality, which I don't think is actually grounded and vindicated by our practice. This is just a maybe summary of the basic move made in order to counter skepticism here, with the description, the definition of epistemic rationality according to the extended view. I don't think there is any need for me to reread those, but I'll just pause for a second for people to read them by themselves. And I think that's it. So that should leave us with plenty of time to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Annalisa, for your excellent exposition, for your excellent talk. Now we will open immediately the space for question and answer before passing to the next talk of Annalisa. So everybody who wants to make a question to Professor Colliva, please type me personally, so privately through the chat, question, the word question, or just the letter Q. And I will give you the floor to ask the professor what you want. So in absence of other questions or waiting for other questions, for next questions, I will ask you one. In your lecture, in your interpretation of the work of Wittgenstein, do you consider yourself some more oriented in a kind of realist lecture, so to say, in the spirit of Cora Diamond or McDowell? So, because I've read in your book about Wittgenstein and Moore, relative to the different position of Wittgenstein in front of scientific affirmation and other propositions that don't belong to our knowledge, actually, where we don't declare that we know this, so the hinge propositions. But he has a more realist attitude towards the scientifical sentences, if I understood right. So, and then I thought that it's possible a kind of realistic reading of Wittgenstein in the sense of a realistic spirit or realistic description, something that I found in the books of McDowell and Cora Diamond, for example. That was the question. So,
well, I'm not entirely sure I'm in favor of at least a McDowellian reading of Wittgenstein. Certainly, I wouldn't like to maintain a kind of hinge epistemology, which I think, for instance, my colleague Duncan Pritchard is maintaining, that relies on McDowell's disjunctivism, and actually thinks that Wittgenstein was ultimately in favor of a disjunctivist position, according to which, if we have a certain course of experience, as of the hand here, actually either we are in the good case and we are perceiving the hand, therefore we have justification and knowledge of that, or else we are in a bad case scenario. But in that case, there's no highest common factor, as it were. And the difference there has to do then with how you think of what is necessary in order to have a justification for a belief about a specific material object. And on that kind of reading, you don't have to presuppose these background assumptions. Now, the problem with that is actually in the disjunctive move, in my view. So, you have to, you say, well, either you are in the good case scenario or you are not. If you are in the good case scenario, you are perceiving, and you do know that there is a hand here, even if you are not assuming that there is an external word. But the problem is that it becomes part of what it means to be in the good case scenario, that there is indeed an external word, that our sense organs are working reliably. So you have just moved, as it were, the pieces and made them part of the metaphysical conditions rather than what goes into a reconstruction, as it were, of the rational structure. Of the structure of perceptual justifications. The other problem with that kind of view is that it seems to me that it has a difficult time confronting skepticism, because clearly a skeptic would say, okay, I may even grant you that either we are in the good case scenario and therefore we are perceiving the hand and we know that there is a hand here. But how do you know that you are in that kind of scenario? And it's part of these views, McDowell's view, as well as Pritchard's view, that you can't tell that of your experience. So, and it's not easy to see how else you could go about responding to this kind of second order challenge. So, my reading of Wittgenstein, so if you're asking me what my position is as a hinge epistemologist, I'm not following the other hinge epistemologists, in particular Pritchard, that follow McDowell and have this kind of disjunctivist reading. As to Wittgensteinian exegesis, I also think that that is not the best possible or more accurate reading of uncertainty. I think that Geniush and Bounsfeld, I think the book is called The Illusion of Doubt, has defended this kind of interpretation of Wittgenstein's uncertainty. Yeah. I personally don't think it's accurate or even, really supported by the text. And there are problems with Wittgenstein's uncertainty and to consider it as a text. But anyway, I'm not of that persuasion.
Okay. I was just thinking about the famous use of some sentences from uncertainty to talk about a kind of relativist Wittgenstein, quite typical that there are two opposite lecture conforming to the classical.
Well, I don't think he was a relativist either.
No, I don't think too, but
not even in uncertainty. Of course, there are many that read him as a relativist, and very famous people do and keep doing it, including Kripke, Boghossian, and and
Yes.
others, and Martin Pusch.
Yeah.
I don't think that it is warranted either. He was more interested, if you will, in showing that whatever our hinge assumptions might be, it's not the case that we hold them because they are correct in a way that can be determined independently of our minds and judgments. But that doesn't make him a relativist either. So I don't think that when it comes to there is an external world, he would condone holding completely different positions and possibilities, just as if they could be livable or something that we could take seriously. And he actually devises 3 broad strategies to, in my view, to counter relativist readings or interpretations or drifts, which we may talk about if there are no other questions. But if there are other questions, I'm happy to answer the questions that people may have.
It was not this the intention. You're right. So I have the same. So the same. I give the same lecture, the same interpretation. I have one more question from Professor Maria Martinez Ordaz.
Thank you, Annalisa, for your talk. I have maybe a naive question. I am sure it's a naive question. So I was wondering, how can we, if you have any thoughts on the way in which the different responses to the skeptic can affect the achievement of certain epistemic goods, like understanding, for instance. So if you look at the first type of response of the indirect responses, it seems that the thesis one, it seems that has like an inferential spirit, right? So it refers to epistemic closure and things that are related to inferential power of cognitive agents. The second one, on the other hand, refers more to how much we need justification. And so maybe the type of understanding or the type of certain type of explanatory knowledge that we can get depending on each response might be different when using these hinge commitments. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
I agree with everything I've just said, but I'm not sure I got the gist of the question. So,
do you want me to repeat it? Maybe try a bit clearer?
I mean, do you have any worry in particular?
No,
there is a kind of asymmetry in the style of response, or
what I was thinking is, if you assume that hinge commitments are very handy when achieving more things than only like objectual knowledge, for instance, then the response that you might have to the skeptic might vary the characterization of how you achieve those types of epistemic goods and which types of epistemic goods they are. So I was thinking about understanding, for instance. And so if you respond to, according to the first indirect response, which is going to be more inferentially inspired, maybe the type of understanding that you can justify when using hinge commitments is an inferentialist type. So you may say, oh, I can structure this in a certain way without saying something necessarily about the word and so on, but inferentially it behaves well. On the other hand, if you adopt the second type of indirect response, which appeals more to the work that this thing is doing, you might still have certain type of a stronger type of understanding and say, okay, these hinge commitments are those things that in the case of science, we tend to call felicitous falsehoods, for instance, and they are working there without us necessarily being able to justify them. But the type of understanding that we can achieve is, in a sense, stronger than the one that is only inferential or a structure, in a sense. So I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
I'm not sure that the first kind of counter to the neo-skeptic gives you something like just inferential justification. I don't think so. I mean, the idea is not that you derive the justification for here's a hand based on a set of further propositions, including that there is an external world and that our sense organs are working reliably. The idea here is that in the specification of the structure of perceptual justification, we as theorists have to identify certain ingredients that are constitutive of epistemic justification. And that can, the epistemic justification you have may be as direct as, you know, the one that maybe a liberal would, or a liberal account would make it obvious, like just seeing things. But because it's not something that the subject has to infer, I mean, this further hinge is not something from which the subject has to infer to the justification of here's a hand. So I don't think that the first counter is inferentialist or gives you something weak. It gives you something very strong. It gives you precisely perceptual justification or indeed knowledge of certain ordinary empirical propositions like here's a hand, or there is a pen here, or there is a computer screen in front of me. So maybe that's one thing that it's worth clarifying, just to make sure that we are on the same page. So the idea is that the justification is not direct in the sense that the liberal wants it to be, but that doesn't mean that it is inferential either. The other part of the counter to mean skepticism actually is not realist in a sense, because it's not that I'm saying, well, thanks to the fact that there are physical objects or that there is there is an external world, then we are rational in forming whatever beliefs we form by whatever means or methods we use, including perception or maybe even instruments in the case of scientific investigation. So I don't think that gives you something very strong, but I don't think that entails any idealist view either. And you could think about these hinge assumptions along multiple lines. If you are more of a Wittgensteinian Carnapian, even in a sense of a Wittgensteinian Carnapian persuasion, you might think of them as not even being descriptive statements or propositions, but actually as rules or norms that you have to accept in order then to ask kind of internal questions and have methods to answer those questions. I prefer not to go down that line. I do want to save the propositionality of hinges. I think that they are truth apt, but then I interpret that truth in a minimalist fashion. And I think that the idealist has actually nothing on their side to claim that unless we hold on to a correspondentist view regarding the truth of these hinges, we are actually falling into a form of idealism. So I'm not entirely sure I've answered your question, but because I wasn't sure I'd understood it, but these would be my reactions.
But that helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. I have another question from Professor Mario Solis, University of Costa Rica.
Yes. Sorry about not. Just a sec. I'm gonna start the video. It says I cannot start the video, so Can you hear
No
me?
problem. You can ask the question without turning on the video.
Without the video. Yeah, apologies for that.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I have a question. I've been concerned about some issues relating to reasoning and rationality. And so I'll try to make a question about that and about the link between facts, reasons, and if you want, reasons for action. No, practical reasons, if you wish. And here's the question. I'm drawing on Christine Kosgaard on this idea, and I'm going to quote Christine Kosgaard just to make my point and to state the question. And the question is, what is pain? But it's not a question for you, it's a question to start talking. So what is pain? You know, pain like Spanish dolor, right? So Christine Kosgaard has an answer to that question. Let me just say, look, I think I exchanged it in the chat, and her answer is pain is not the condition. So condition is a fact, right? There is a reason to change your condition. It is your perception that you have a reason to change your condition. So you have either in the definition, in the capture of what pain is, you capture the fact that I have a headache, for instance, or first, right? And that gives you, that perception gives you a reason to change your condition, to do something, to take some pills, say. But is it that pain, is it the case that pain starts with the perception, or is it that in order for you to have a reason to change that condition, or is the case that it starts with a condition that gives you a reason to change your condition? What do you make of that if there's something there?
Well, you know, I'm not sure about Kosgaard or about pain, but actually I've maintained an anti-realist view of hinges. So it's not because hinges are true that we hold them, but it's the fact that we hold them, and that nothing in our practices actually can speak against them that makes us see them or hold them. It's true. So in that sense, I'm not entirely sure I understand completely what Kosgaard is doing here or saying here, but I think I would be very much in line and in keeping with their anti-realist approach, which doesn't mean that pain or the external world doesn't exist. It's just that when it comes to what, if you will, in a Kantian framework, you see as the conditions of possibility of representation itself. So we need to assume that there is an external world to start thinking that we may have representations that are correct or incorrect of those things that have to be assumed in order for that representation to be possible. You can't say that they are true, but that doesn't mean that they are a figment of our imagination either. It's just, so that's my take on hinges.
But you see, the truth, the predicate truth for that is on the condition or on the perception. When you think about pain, for instance, when you
well, in that case, it would not be on the condition. If we were thinking about pain, I'm not sure I would follow Kosgaard, right, on pain. But at any rate, it's not on the condition, but it would be on the perception of pain, if the analogy holds. But I've been talking about hinges, not about pain. And I do think that I share Kosgaard's generally anti-realist sentiments, as it were.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ok, si no tenemos otras preguntas, ya que pasó el mediodía en Costa Rica. Oh, sorry, I should go on in English. I'm sorry. Yeah, if we have no more question about this, we could go on with the second talk of Annalisa, and then open and then open again the space for question and answer immediately after.
All right, let me just take a sip of water. Give me 1 second.
Of course,
I will
no
start.
problem.
Sorry.
No problem.
It's very hot here in Italy. I don't know about Costa Rica, but here there are over 35 degrees Celsius and it's a lot of humidity. So it's kind of, I'm like in a sauna right now.
Here is hot, but not that much, not 35.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so let me switch to the other talk, which is completely different in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, there may be some relations at some point, but we'll see. Okay, sorry, I need to, sorry, share screen, here we are.
Right.
Okay, from beginning. Right, so this is very much work in progress. I mean, what I did before was really an overview of a book, of my book, which came out in 2015, and something that feels kind of old to me, even if I've been developing some bits and pieces even afterwards. What I've been mostly concerned with respect to my interests in hinge epistemology after that book is the extension of the framework to new cases, and particularly the extension of it, not so much to induction or skepticism about induction and other minds, which was already present in the book, in the final chapter of the book, but the extension of the framework of the hinge epistemology framework to issues in social epistemology and also in applied epistemology. So I've written quite a bit on disagreement and how the hinge framework can be brought to bear on the issue of disagreement, even on philosophical disagreement, then on testimony and trust. I think that that framework is useful because it allows you, for instance, to find a middle path between reductionists and anti-reductionists about testimony and testimonial knowledge and justification. And one further application to some extent of that framework is in the field of applied epistemology, broadly speaking. And this talk that I'm going to give here right now is, if I had to give you the table of contents of the book, would figure in the last part of the book on applied hinge epistemology. But as a matter of fact, the first part of the first and more substantive part of the talk will be more in, let's say, philosophy of language / mind. So more and happier women on the political significance of Wittgenstein, or maybe in the title that you have, family resemblances and hinge epistemology. So here you have a picture of Carnap and Sally Haslanger. And I think that Haslanger has been developing a sort of Carnapian approach to the issue of how to understand the concept woman and what to do with that, with the aim of bettering society, so with an emancipatory aim that has two aspects to it, as far as I understand. One is to better expose or help expose the kind of harms and prejudices that are held against women, and on the other hand, to also overcome them. And in that sense, there is an activist, a political aim to a way of doing philosophy. Now, the Vienna Circle, members of the Vienna Circle, like Carnap, but most notably Neurath, I think did have political aims. They were not just interested in science per se, or in explicating concepts per se. And I think it's in that respect that there is a strong affinity between what Aslanger is proposing and what Carnap, in a sense, proposed. Now, let me say that I admire in many ways both the idea of exposing certain kind of harms and injustice that are perpetrated against certain people, particularly women. That's what I will be talking about today. And I'm also totally in favor of bettering society. I'm doubtful, however, that the best way of doing about that, qua philosophers, so if we ask ourselves the question, what can we do, not as citizens, as it were, like everyone else, but qua philosophers, what can we do, qua philosophers, in order to help bring about a better society? I don't think that the best approach is actually the Carnapian Aslangerian one, or what I consider to be a top-down approach. And so let me say a bit more about that. So what are we talking about when we say that a given individual, A, is a woman? According to ameliorative projects, to answer that question, we should arbitrarily pick a definition which as such doesn't have to match our ordinary use of the term woman, whatever that might be, and they are not doing sociolinguistic, or what we normally take to be the concept woman. And here I will be talking quite interchangeably about the term woman and the concept woman. I don't think much hangs on that. Moreover, the definition offered is typically politically charged to better expose the kind of social injustice perpetrated against individuals falling under that concept. So that one could only hope that in the future, there won't be any entities falling under that concept. Notoriously, this is the approach that is taken in Aslanger's writings on this topic, who, and this is a passing definition, defines woman as follows. As is a woman, if and only if, by definition, as is systematically subordinated along some dimension, economic, political, legal, social, etc., and as is marked as a target for this treatment by observed or imagined body features presumed to be evidence of a female's biological role in reproduction. Now, as I mentioned, Aslanger's approach is distinctively Carnapian. As is well known for Carnap, we are at liberty to define concepts or meanings. In a conventional spirit, we are allowed to propose new definitions, new understandings of the terms under consideration, if they serve our purposes better than what one might think is the way in which a term is standardly used in a given linguistic context, or our concept appears to function in a given community, where the purpose here would be a distinctively emancipatory one. I want to insist a little bit on the Carnapian lineage of this kind of project because it is a top-down approach. It was not envisaged primarily as an approach that one should follow in any context whatsoever, although it's open or compatible with that interpretation. It was rather conceived as what scientists or mathematicians or logicians, so scientists in the broadest sense possible, even philosophers to some extent, would have to do and typically do. That is, they ought to explicate a given concept or term, which may be already present in ordinary practice or language, and then fasten onto some specific or more specific concept or meaning that would have the advantage, once incorporated within a theory, to make for a theory that is explicative and fruitful. So it's clear why a Carnapian would have an interest in this kind of project and why he would take a top-down approach. Because basically Carnapians were first and foremost interested in scientific contexts and scientific terminology, be it the terminology of natural sciences or of mathematics or logic. Notice furthermore that in those contexts, the top-down approach is entirely legitimate, that Euclid defined what a point or a straight line is, and have the practitioners of Euclidean geometry use terms that way, no matter whether in ordinary language those terms are used differently. After all, there are no indivisible points in real life, and straight lines are never really straight in the world. In short, speaking the Euclidean language is a prerequisite for doing Euclidean geometry, So if you want to play the game, you need to speak the language. Now, when it comes to the domain presently under investigation, however, things seem much more complicated and difficult for the Carnapian approach. Since we are not trying to do social science here, I don't think Haslanger is doing sociology or all science or whatever, thus explicating concepts in the service of building theories that should be empirically testable, but are merely trafficking in meanings and concepts available to us, qua members of a given society, with the hope of bringing about certain changes in society. So one might wonder what the point of this top-down approach could ever be. Now, there are certain worries that one might have if one looks at things from this perspective. If the concept woman people have in our society is actually different from the one Haslanger proposes, from the definition I gave you in the previous slide, it would be difficult to claim that by getting rid of women in this second sense, in the sense proposed by Haslanger, we're actually improving the lives of women in the first sense, the ones that live in the real world, picked out by the real concept. One would easily be accused of equivocation or of wishful thinking, neither of which are charges to be taken lightly in a political context, in my opinion. Now, if it doesn't connect with what people already do, how is that project going to help improve our society? But alternatively, one will have to say that the definitions and meanings or concepts proposed by the theorist are, as a matter of fact, at least implicitly operative in our linguistic community. So they are not just picked out by the theorist according to their purposes, and have no connection or may have very little connection with what people do in real life. This, I believe, would give Carnapians some hope that their project could engage with reality. Yet many of us, including hardcore feminists, would balk at the idea that it is analytically true that women are people who ought to occupy subordinate positions in a society, as per Haslanger's revised definition of woman in her very well-known paper of 2012, which is a further definition that she offers. It may be true, unfortunately, that many women do occupy such subordinate positions, or that many other people in the society think they ought to, but this doesn't seem to be necessarily part of the concept woman. After all, it doesn't seem unthinkable or a contradiction in terms to think that women may not, and certainly should not, be so subordinate. At most, thinking they should be is part of the sexist beliefs and practices that surround women and shape their lives. So let me make a terminological remark here, which is worth stating before going on. As is standard in philosophy of mind, concepts are components or elements of beliefs, and beliefs are propositional attitudes of acceptance of certain contents or propositions, the grasp of which requires concepts. For example, a theist and an atheist have different beliefs about God, but they do not necessarily, at least, have a different concept of God. And their disagreement is substantive because while talking, as it were, about the same thing, they disagree about their property, and particularly whether it exists or not, or if you prefer to give a semantic reading, whether the concept God is instantiated or not. Now, it is only semantic holism that holds that all beliefs containing a given concept C are constitutive of it, or all inferences containing that concept are constitutive of the concept, but holism is a problematic view in general, and certainly it's not a view that Carnapians typically hold. Another way in which we might interpret the Carnapian project is as follows. Sexist people tend to think that there is something belonging to a woman's essence that makes her naturally socially subordinate and destined to bear children, and in fact socially subordinate precisely because destined to bear children in virtue of her biological and bodily characteristics. Let the metaphysical constructivist be interested in debunking this idea. One possible way of trying to achieve that end would be to say that it is the concept woman that sexists have. In a Carnapian spirit, then one might think that the sexist is projecting their faulty concept onto reality. Yet the idea that there is something like a woman's essence and that it is as just described is due to mistaking a grammatical remark, as Wittgenstein would call it, or a conceptual remark about a conceptual framework for an ontological claim. Once we are clear about such a conflation, that we are merely projecting categories onto reality, we should be able to see that the idea that there is something like a woman's essence and that it is as described is just an illusion with no more metaphysical or ontological reality than witches and phlogiston. However, I think there is a problem with this further possible interpretation of the Carnapian project. Let us admit that the sexist concept woman is described as before. Yet instead of taking for granted that it is Bacchus as phlogiston, we should indeed subject it to serious empirical scrutiny, just as we did in the case of phlogiston in the past. It is not simply by finding it morally reproachable, I call this the moralistic fallacy, you find a concept or a notion morally reproachable, therefore it doesn't exist. It's not just by finding it morally reproachable that we would have ascertained that it is not instantiated. And indeed, since unfortunately there are in the world many women that are subordinated and there are many women that are taken to have that position because of their raw biological role and what they are perceived to or the way they are perceived by the society, it will be very difficult from an empirical point of view to debunk that idea. So it seems to me that unless we just want to, unless we commit this sort of moralistic fallacy, we would play right in the hands of those who would ask us to actually verify, as it were, whether the concept is adequate to describe reality. And given the number of people that unfortunately would fall under it, they might have some reason to think that it's the correct concept. So here I would like to consider a different approach to the issue, one which is inspired by Wittgenstein, and it's a bottom-up approach. So the first part of this is that, well, let me say something about what I think the two projects have in common. Certainly both projects are anti-essentialist projects, if by essence we mean a natural essence or even a social essence, although I'm not going to talk about that. And they both share the idea, which is, the leitmotif of what was was typical in the 1930s. Wittgenstein, Carnap, the Vienna Circle, Weizmann was holding exactly these views as well. Namely that issues that seem to take the form of metaphysical questions about, for instance, what a woman is, actually are better approached by looking at the workings of our words and concepts. And certainly they share the view that meanings in a certain sense are arbitrary. I don't think Wittgenstein was completely on the conventionalist side as Carnap, I think, was, but he also held the view that grammar, as he used to call it, is arbitrary. So it's not grounded in facts, metaphysical facts that are independent of grammar itself, nor in our psychology for that matter, for Wittgenstein. But Wittgenstein takes a more descriptivist line than Carnap, for sure. And as is well known, the notion of family resemblance is that many concepts, he exemplifies that idea with the concept game in the philosophical investigations, but that applies to many other concepts, and I'm proposing should also be applied or could be applicable to the concept woman, are not individuated by a set of necessary and jointly sufficient conditions. Rather, there are certain cases of women, and they may share some features in common, but then these concepts may actually work by family resemblance. So they extend to other cases, even if those cases do not share the same properties with the previous ones. The important thing is that they share something in common with intermediate cases. So for instance, you could think that, let's think about games. Playing tennis is a game, playing patience is a game, playing dolls is a game. But if you look at tennis and playing with dolls, they may not have anything in common if just you look at those two cases. And so the question would be, how come that they're both games? In one, there is winning and losing. You can't play tennis alone. In the other case, there's no winning or losing, playing with dolls. And you can play dolls by yourselves. So how come that they are both games? Well, because they share something in common with an intermediate link, but of course, two different things. Take as an intermediate link the case of playing patience. Patience is something in which there is winning and losing, but it's something that you do alone. So tennis shares the first feature with playing patience, and playing with dolls shares the second one. So as long as there are these intermediate cases and that can link different activities in this case that do not have anything in common, they can still fall under the same concept. So my suggestion is that the Wittgensteinian approach that would look at woman as a family resemblance concept would allow us to do several things. Namely, it wouldn't force us to individuate a set of necessary and sufficient conditions for something to be a woman, such that all and only those things that have those features fall under the concept. But it would allow us also to send two creatures, individuals that do not share anything in common as long as there are these intermediate links. Notice that on the Carnapian approach, once you have a definition like the one we reviewed in the beginning, well, if you're female but not subordinate, you wouldn't count as a woman. And this is very unintuitive, I think. I think that luckily there are also women that are not subordinated, and yet they are women. And certainly that kind of approach would have a hard time unless you revise the definition, including transgender women as women. On the other hand, I think that the Wittgensteinian approach that utilizes the idea of family resemblance can more easily used to describe how come that women and transgender women might be considered both women and not women in a different sense. I think this is particularly interesting from a political point of view, where I take it that part of the battle that transgender people are doing is precisely to be recognized as belonging to, either women, if they have made the transition to that, or men in the other case, not women in a different sense from women. So I think that the Wittgensteinian approach in that respect would have some political advantages and would certainly not have trouble including within the extension of the concept women that are not subordinated, whereas the Carnapian approach, as Langer has it, would have it. There's also another issue here. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to mention one thing. I think that, again, this approach would do justice to certain things that have been happening in our society, like the extension of the concept husband and wife to people of the same sex. So they, again, and the political battle is not being one according to which they could have been recognized as husband or wife in a different sense, but just as husband of a man or wife of a woman, just like husbands and men and wives in a heterosexual couple. There is another advantage, I think, to the Wittgensteinian approach. By being a bottom-up approach that basically follows what happens and extends concepts based on what happens in real life, as it were, there is nothing like the idea that amelioration would happen by having someone like a theorist, a schoolmaster, dictate a new meaning for our old words, or by invoking conceptual replacement. Let's replace our old concepts with new, better ones. Particularly if the schoolmaster were a philosopher, and unfortunately our discipline is not in the highest consideration, socially speaking, I think we would have very little sway, and we would not convince many people to actually follow our inclinations, even if I'm totally in favor of these progressive attitudes. Rather, the Wittgensteinian bottom-up approach would enjoin us to fight on the rough ground of what Naomi Shemin calls serious politics. So let's, do whatever it takes at the societal level to promote certain recognitions like same-sex marriage, or the recognition for transgender women or men to be counted as women or men, respectively. And I think that this is, and then our concepts would extend based on what happens on the rough ground of serious politics. It's not that we are dictating new definitions. Now, what goes into the law may be different, but the law is typically, and in the best cases, following suit and trying to register with definitions and so on, societal changes that basically have won, in some cases, the battle. I think that's actually better from a democratic point of view. I think that a democratic and non-authoritarian, non-paternalistic conception of how politics works, of how concepts follow our political battles would actually enjoin fighting, as I was saying, of fighting on the rough ground of politics. Also notice that Haslanger literally says that the aim of this work that she's been doing is to bring about the day where there won't be any women in Haslanger's sense, according to that definition, according to which only subordinated people, etc., would count as women, but only females. Actually, I think that the aim on the Wittgensteinian approach would actually bring about the day where there would be more women, that is, more individuals that would count as women, so I'm referring here to transgender women, but also happier women. I know this is very simplistic, that is, women that, while not being subordinate, are still fully women. And so you now see the rationale for the title of my talk, More and Happier Women. Now, I don't think I have time for going into the last part of the talk where I connect these issues a little bit with hinge epistemology, but I'm happy to stop here and maybe, Lorenzo, just tell me what you think is best I do.
12:30, depends. If you can close in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely can. Yeah. All right.
Let's do it.
Okay, so let's go into the second part of the talk, in which I connect these issues with a little bit in hinge epistemology and also the topic of hermeneutical injustice. So we have already seen before that hinges in general can play two roles. They are norms of evidential significance, so those assumptions that need to stay put in order for certain kinds of evidence, like perceptual evidence, to be brought to bear onto the truth of certain or specific empirical propositions, like here's a hand. They may also play the role of meaning constitutive norms, if we stay closer to Wittgenstein in uncertainty than Koliva in extended rationality and hinge epistemology. So for Wittgenstein, not for me, but anyway, the here's a hand is a hinge in the sense that it can play a meaning constitutive norm. If we were not sure that there is a hand here, we would not know how to ostensibly define the term, and we wouldn't know what would count as a correct application of that term, and for Wittgenstein, that would have certain consequences regarding the meaning of that term. So typically hinges are taken to have those two functions. Now, I think everyone here is likely familiar with Miranda Fricker's notion of hermeneutical injustice. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that, according to Miranda Fricker, hermeneutical injustice arises when there is a lack in our conceptual resources or to the resources belonging to a community due to structural identity prejudice, so that certain experiences that some members of the community are having are precluded from understanding. And she gives the example of sexual harassment, of the concept sexual harassment. Before that concept was coined and introduced, then of course there was the harm, but people, both those who suffered it, but also society at large, they were all blind to it because they couldn't individuate it by means of that concept. I think that is good and it's fine as far as it goes, but I do think that hermeneutical injustice may arise also in cases in which there are faulty conceptual resources in a society that are kept in place due to some form of identity prejudice and that preclude members of a society's experiences to be understood and made sense of, even to the people that are suffering those kinds of experience. So in another paper of mine, I've looked at length at the concept, the very notion of hysteria. Hysteria is a concept that has been used for millennia. It has been removed from the DSM, so the Bible for psychiatric diagnosis and treatment, only in 1980, after literally millennia of use of that concept only to single out women's behavior. Actually, it was found out that the same symptoms were present also in men, but by definition, hysteria it comes from the Greek word for uterus. Only women could be diagnosed with hysteria. The story is complicated. I'm not going to relate it here, but in that paper, I argued that the concept hysteria has been kept in place for millennia, and that due to identity prejudice against women, and that has perpetrated a form of hermeneutical injustice because the real experiences that women were undergoing were masked by considering them instances of this faulty concept that was eventually taken away as a diagnostic tool because it was shown to have no efficacy whatsoever. So I think that we are witnessing here a kind of battle between two understandings or possible understandings of the concept woman. One is the more traditional conservative notion of woman that blocks the extension of that concept to new cases, particularly the cases of transgender women. And in that sense, it's not allowing some members of the society fully to make sense of their own experience, either to themselves or to others, or both. So in my view, sticking to the concept woman conservatively understood would actually perpetrate a form of hermeneutical injustice, not because there is a lack of a concept, but because if we don't allow for the extension to the new cases, it's going to turn out to be a faulty concept. And I also think that a lot of current debates about the extension of the concept woman to transgender women are basically renegotiating the hinges, that is, the rules of evidential significance that will have to be operative when we want to answer the question, either in the first person, am I a woman, or what gender am I, or in the third person, is S a woman, or what gender is S. So we may call it the conservative hinge or rule of evidential significance, has it that only one sex has determined that birth based on biological and bodily characteristics counts as evidence to answer that question. The more progressive hinge has it that the way in which subjects themselves identify counts as evidence to answer the question. And the battle between the conservative and the progressive account can be likened to a case of hinge change or hinge disagreement, as it were, which goes together with the possible extension of the concept woman to cases of transgender women, where the progressive hinge to be affirmed. I also actually think that we have an interesting example in practice of how things are changing and hinges, new hinges, more progressive hinges are operative, typically in contexts of higher education, certainly in the States where I happen to work. It's customary nowadays to ask people to, to choose their own and identify with their own pronouns. And it seems to me that this practice is basically a practice that hinges on the idea that the norm of evidential significance in order to determine whether the interlocutor is a woman, a man, or whatever, is based on the way in which they self-identify. Right, that's all, I think. There may be some meta-philosophical considerations here that I will not have time to go into. I just want to say that there is a misconception about Wittgenstein's quietism. That is the idea that philosophy should only be described, and therefore, in some sense, it seems to be inimical to political change. I think that is wrong. It's not the correct interpretation of Wittgenstein's quietism. Of course, philosophy describes, but by keeping itself into the right boundaries of description, tells us that the important changes that need to take place and that must take place at the societal level, and then philosophy will follow suit. But that doesn't mean that a quietist philosopher is someone who thinks that the status quo is always fine as is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Colliva. It was a very interesting talk. And yeah, I have already
contentious.
also the last thing.
And just to be even more contentious, I can tell you that my exergo quote was, philosophers have only interpreted the words, the point is to change it, which was the inscription on the statue marking Karl Marx's grave site in London. And the question is, how do philosophers go about affecting this change?
Okay. Thank you very much. I have several questions here. The first one from Professor Garcia Carpintero.
Hi, Annalisa. Good to see you here in Costa Rica.
Are you in Costa Rica, really?
I really would love to be, but no. It looks like Costa Rica.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I mean, a few comments that so there is a sort of terminological issue, although I'm not sure to what extent it's terminological. This anti-definitional strand in Wittgenstein, and I mean, so it's one thing that things like game, for instance, which I have been thinking about, have superficial definitions, not very interesting definitions, cluster-like definitions, and it's a very different thing to say that they don't have definitions, games or artworks. I mean, you can have even if it is cluster-like, but you could have so not superficial, not very explanatory definition of a game or an artwork, which is still a definition, a perfectly good definition in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions. It's just that they would be highly disjunctive and they would have weights, and so I don't think it's a very good idea to talk about anti-definitions or even anti-essences. I mean, and Putnam, by the way, was very clear about this. I mean, and also to the fact that language is polysemous, and it admits. So Putnam mentions that water can be used in what he takes to be the primary sense, in which it refers to a kind defined by explanatory, condition, non-superficial at all, but it can be used also in a superficial way, cluster-like sense in which it applies to water in twin earth, for instance. Anyway, so this is just in the case of game, by the way, and in the case of artworks, I think that they are, I mean, Bernard Suits has this wonderful book in which he attempts, I think it's a bit of a failure, but he tries to give sufficiently explanatory, interesting definition behind these clusters. So this was just the initial point, but this is not what, this is more, I'm more interested in the controversial side of things. So in the case of man and woman, there is also the possibility of having a biological definition. And if we are speaking about chimps, I think it's very unwise to put in any doubt that there is a, not cluster-like, a very explanatory definition. Well, I mean, all is controversial, but to the extent that we can trust biologists, there is a definition of male and female for chimps that is, in terms of hidden features, explanatory enough. So at least I think that we should be open to the possibility that the same applies to man and woman in one of its senses. As I say, language is highly polysemous. We can use these words and all words as we like, and to the extent that we are understood and we make the relevant arrangements with our fellow speakers. But so the first point I wanted to make is that I don't see any reason why should just we just should put aside this biological sense of man and woman. And this would be the more controversial part, but all these things about rights that you were mentioning, I don't see also why that gives us a preference for revising the definition in favor of something more superficial, like just declaring oneself to be one or the other. I agree that there is a sense in which, but why should rights determine? I mean, at least it's very controversial to assume that rights decide that this should be the sense that we, for instance, when it comes to political issues or when it comes to legal issues, that should be the sense that that we should understand, because females in the biological sense have rights. It shouldn't be me who should be reminding this to you here, but I think this is a fact. Females have rights, so it's not so clear that, well, what the decision should be if we just take as our criterion for making definitions in this Wittgensteinian or bottom-up approach that appeal to rights. Things are going to be very messy and difficult in that camp, I would say. That was the comment.
Okay, so there are many things. Now, definitely one thing I want to say is that it's entirely possible to define concepts for particular purposes or in certain contexts. I think that is what happens often in the sciences. So, you know, if we are interested in how to cure certain illnesses that are related to one's biological sex, then obviously a transgender woman might not want to go and see a gynecologist, right? So even though there are issues there, but clearly the specialist may not be the right one. So definitely I want to say that is perfectly fine. And I think it's totally compatible with, even with the Wittgensteinian approach in general. I also think that in the legal context, it's very useful to define, for instance, what is marriage, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the problem is that with certain categories and certain concepts, and we know that from experience, the application, I wouldn't be well, let's say the application in real life to certain new situations has forced the law to change the definitions and include new, for instance, same-sex couples as falling under the concept of marriage and therefore of husband and wife. So I want to grant all of that. So I think there's enough agreement there between the two of us. What I'm saying, however, is that we as philosophers are neither just looking at concepts that are relevant in specific contexts, in the scientific one, in the biological one, in the medical one, or in the legal one. We are considering the concepts, or are at liberty to consider the concepts that we use in our practices and how they vary or might change as a result of certain political battles. Now, I will be the last person on earth to deny that females have rights. You know, but contrary to other feminists, maybe I'm not at all worried about the extension of those rights to individuals, to people that were not born females. And there will never be females from a biological point of view, but who underwent a transition. And I think they have a legitimate case to count as women. Now, of course, women different from all other women there are in various respects and similar in some other respects. That's the beauty of the family resemblance view. You know, you might count as a woman even if you don't share exactly the same biology or exactly the same role in society. But that, I would think, is what happens in other cases, including the case of games that is not very politically charged. And that's why we don't immediately feel too worried about that possibility. Whereas in the case of women or even marriage, now marriage has already, I think in many societies underwent that transition, as it were. But in the case of women, it's new and uncharted territory to some extent. And I understand that there is some resistance. Personally, I don't feel it. And seems to me that if we could allow more people to make sense of their own experience by talking and identifying themselves, talking about themselves and identify themselves as women, it's perfectly fine by my lights. Just as I think it's very important for same-sex couples to identify themselves as husband and husband, wife and wife, in a sense, even more so for them than for some heterosexual couples, because it is a statement for the recognition of their identity, of the depth and social recognition of their own bonds and so on and so forth, together with all the legal consequences that go together with being married and the possibility of inheriting something after the death or of caring for the partner if they are, etc. So that's why I think that if one is already persuaded, as it were, that that might be a battle worth fighting, then this approach would look at things in a better way and would actually clear the ground from the misconception that it's just by tweaking certain definitions in the philosophical lab that we can better society. We can't do that, in my opinion. We have to go back to the rough ground of politics where people may have very different views, and then our philosophy, in the best case scenario, at least to my mind, gives us suitable tools to describe what is going on or what might be going on at that level.
If I may have a very quick follow-up. I mean, I'm sure that we don't disagree about the rights issue. We have discussed many of these things over the years. It's just the connection between the rights that we agree on that should be and the definitional matter. I mean, there was, in fact, I found myself very much in agreement with what you call the moralistic fallacy. So the way I understood that, it would be a moralistic fallacy to think that. So, I mean, albino people, they are discriminated, heavily discriminated in many places. We are going to agree that this is unrightful and that should be avoided. But that could be perfectly compatible with a definition of albino, which is purely biological. So that was the point. There is a suggestion that there is some form of moralistic fallacy. I mean, I agree. I mean, that was clarificatory what you said. I agree that marriage or even genders could be a different issue, and perhaps there is a more subtle way of not committing the moralistic fallacy, moving from agreements about rights to issues about what is the best definition to use.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. We can go on with the next question from Kevin Roman Gamboa.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Professor Coliva. I'm going on in the line of the Wittgenstein approach, and I'm thinking in the notion of activities or Tätigkeiten, and I'm wondering if there's a role that could play the engagement of some political commitment in the construction of the notion of woman. And I'm saying that because, as is well known, there's a high relation between concepts and the use of concepts, at least in the Wittgenstein second period. And that's my question.
I think I didn't hear perfectly what you asked. So can I try and rephrase and then you tell me if I understood you, because the line was not always, or the volume was not perfect. Okay. So are you worried about the fact that I'm talking about concepts in Wittgenstein?
Yeah, can you hear me now or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the main point is the relation between concepts and activities, and activities understood as Tätigkeiten. And I'm wondering, is there's place of the roles, in other words, which is the role that could play the engagement of some political commitment in the construction of the notion of women. I'm referring to the relation. I don't know, maybe you're a trans person and you're engaged, you have commitments with some political activism or anything like that, and that's the main point of my question. Yeah,
I mean, I take it that for Wittgenstein, basically the idea is that concepts are not neither the mental entities or that some psychologists might talk about, or philosophers of mind might talk about. They are determined by use and practices. And so, and in a sense, actually, this is something that I understood by reading Weismann and Wittgenstein together. The very idea of concept is given by the sum of the various uses that certain words that are superficially identical the uses that these words have in different contexts. So the notion of concept in Wittgenstein, if we want to apply it at all there, is very peculiar and very different from what is typically understood nowadays in philosophical quarters. But yeah, that's definitely the idea that basically the concept woman is the history of the of the use of the term, and that might change, and that might change in as a result of certain forms of activism, just as the concept marriage changed. Now, going back to something that Manuel Carpintero was saying before, of course, once the change has been affected, you can always then have a definition that is a disjunctive one. But that's fine also by Wittgensteinian lights. I mean, I think there is indeed a remark in the philosophical investigations in which he considers that possibility. And it's okay as far as it goes. But the point is that's helping us understand the dynamics and the way in which our concepts change, or how we should overall understand these concepts, just by insisting that they are definitions. Is conceding that they may be turned into definitions, but that is not just by, as it were, opposing one definition to the other, that we are moving the concept forward. And notice that in general, there is a problem there with that approach, because it is well known, it is the standard objection to the Carnapian account, that as soon as you change the definition, then you're changing the concept, then you're talking about something else. And there is this kind of mismatch between the parties. On this view, as it were, the extension keeps moving and including new cases, and the intention, as it were, is developed throughout history. And then if you want to render the intention through a disjunction, you can always do that. But it's not how things actually happen in the real life scenario. I don't know if I've answered your question, but I think at least I've said something that might help a little bit.
Yeah, Clara, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to the last question. Then we have to pass to the question and answer for Professor Yashad, who entered right now in the talk. Okay, thank you, Kevin. And the first and last one is from Jose David Hidalgo Mora.
Hi, Professor Annalisa. Thank you so much for your excellent talk. I would like to bring here two concepts from John Rawls' work. One is the concept related to these concepts that are quite related to political change. One of them is desirability of a concept, of a policy, for instance, or in this case of a concept. And the other is the feasibility of the concept. So we can think of the desirability dimension and employing different political goods, following, for instance, the David Plunkett, or yes, like, for example, justice or happiness or human flourishing. But what I'm worried about is about the dimension of the feasibility. How can the ordinary use of a concept in a given community can restrain that idea of desirability? Because if we just preserve the desirability dimension, then the political change could not happen because it's not possible. Then we should, then it is a requirement to be careful with this feasibility dimension. And I strongly believe that this feasibility dimension is quite related with some kind of epistemic goods, like, for example, coherence, facilitation, or justified belief. So do you think that it is possible just to have a desirable concept without satisfying that dimension of feasibility? Or for instance, is it possible to defend a concept
that is not coherent in order to trigger a more justice or a more just or a more happy society?
All right. So in general, I do think that if we are considering empirical concepts or concepts that in a sense would help us map nature, then desirability is not enough, that they are answerable to empirical constraints. In the case of logical and more abstract notions, you know, coherence for some is a very important notion. Grand Prix was here, but not for all of us. Not all philosophers think it's equally important. So you might want to say that there are certain notions applied, for instance, in abstract domains, in the domain of logic, that are fruitful in so many ways, even if they might lead to contradictions, and then we will deal with the contradictions once we find them. When it comes to highly social concepts, and I think that we see that with the concept of marriage, and nowadays, even if it's kind of unintuitive, because at least for many of us, it's so customary to think of woman as a concept that is primarily, at least, biologically determined, but clearly all these movements are pushing for the recognition that this is not so, or at least that, at least in certain domains, that's fine, but at the more societal level, that is not how the concept woman works or should work. Then I think that we can be sensitive also to issues having to do with justice and recognition of rights. So I don't think these, there's an answer that fits all cases. It really depends on the case at issue and what we want to do with the concepts that we are making use of. That's why I was responding to Carpintero by saying that, of course, in the medical context, I wouldn't push for a concept of woman that is completely possibly disjoint with certain biological features. But at the societal level, I don't see any reason why that should be prevented. And whether that creates some incoherence, well, I'm not sure, because, you know, one way of dealing with incoherence is to think of different domains and therefore apply a quantum of contextualism to these cases so that we differentiate the contexts and the concepts that are relevant to each of these contexts. So I'm not sure that just by doing that, I would expose myself to worrisome problems or consequences that would impinge on coherence and consistency. But there should be a quantum of contextualism there for sure. Okay.
Right. Then, thank you very much for the question and the answers. It's already 1:05. So we enter the last event of this morning in Costa Rica's morning. So relative morning is 1 o'clock. So thank you very much, Annalisa.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. Thank you everyone for attending the talks, and thanks for this wonderful opportunity. I hope there will be chances to visit Costa Rica in person, because it must be wonderful.
Will be great. We are waiting for you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Bye.
Ciao, Annalisa. Bye. Okay. So what happens here? Okay. We enter right now the last event of this morning. It's already 1 o'clock. So of this early afternoon, for about half an hour, 40 minutes, we can discuss together with Professor Yashet here present about our talk. She has given the talk on Monday It was actually the first talk of our Congress, but we had many problems with the connection, so it was quite impossible to give her an appropriate feedback. So we are here to make some question about the text, about our theoretical position in this text, to understand better the context, the topics, and eventually to criticize the positions. So I immediately open the space for question for everybody who wants, who has one. I've sent everyone the text of Professor Yashut, but anyway, I will also send it right here for who was not who didn't see the official information about this last talk. Right here. You can see it in the chat. And yeah, I think the most of the people saw it before because it was in our program. It was possible to download it in our program. So I open the space. Has anyone a question about Professor Yashut's work, Professor Yashut's talk about the apparent flow of time? You can, of course, write it to me privately, and I will give the floor.
I won't be disappointed if there aren't many, because it's been such a fantastic conference that people will forget the talk from the first day by now. But in case, I know you had some questions, so I wanted to make myself available.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We had a lot of conferences in these days, and it's not possible for everyone. So to be possible in every to be present to every conference is very difficult because
I mean that, you know, from Monday to today, it's a long time and so much has happened that people don't remember my talk anymore. But I wanted to make myself available in case somebody had some more questions. So I won't be disappointed if there aren't many. We can always finish earlier.
Don't worry. Actually, that was me that wanted to ask you something. Yeah. I'm really interested in your work and what you do. But of course, I imagine we had a lot of conference in the last days, and yeah. From this point of view, Monday is very far away. It's another,
yes,
it's another word. But anyway, I will ask you a couple of questions. The first one, directly about the critique you posed 2 days ago to Professor Williamson in relation to a dynamical interpretation of formal semantics that you are actually using or applying methodologically in many of your books, and your project about the question of time, and the other project about default semantics and propositional attitudes. So would you explain, please, a little bit better, or the main points, the main tenets of your position, and where is that the different in the way of interpreting epistemological problem or dilemma that had, for example, Mr. Williamson 2 days ago, from a certain point of view?
I suppose the best way to look at it would be in the context of Hannes Leitgeb talk today, how you want to create a matrix so that you could do whatever you want with it. So you create some sort of, you have your account of those expressive, for example, but they don't have to be restricted by any particular language. So they don't have to be restricted by the fact that, as the question was, that unmarried can mean Russian, right? Because he only provides this sort of matrix, which then you apply to different languages. So I was trying to go in the same direction, thinking, right, whatever logic we are doing, this logic could be dynamic. So this logic could allow for the growth of information or growth of whatever the, you know, the body is that you are working on in that logic. So whether it's, I was thinking in particular about dynamic predicate logic by, who was it, Grondijk and Stockhoff, and Paul Decker, or theories such as Hans Kamp, DRT, discourse representation theory. So, you know, we do it in linguistics, semantics, or in logicians do it to work on particular language. You work on predicate logic, you make it dynamic, but let's say saying, okay, the quantifier scope can go beyond the sentence, can go, keep going and going. So you move your bracket. But it just seems to me that the same method can be applied to any other enterprise in logic, whatever it is, whether it's looking for those moral norms or whatever else. You simply make it dynamic, and instead of tweaking the operators as people sometimes do, you just tweak the scope, you just tweak the actual propositions or what counts as the object, because it could be several propositions. So it's simply that meta level at which I think you can have that matrix, because what he was doing, yeah, he's not here now, but he's not that interested in linguistics.
No, but I didn't want you to criticize.
But I just think, you know, that's why I mentioned modified Occam's razor and Grice, because it had nothing to do. He misunderstood me. He said, "Oh, it's nothing to do with linguistics." Of course it doesn't. But modified Occam's razor is just a conceptual principle. Don't multiply meanings beyond necessity. So you don't multiply concepts for your logic either beyond necessity. If you can do it simpler, and you can do it simply by making it dynamic. I was actually thinking about the same when I listened to Gillian Russell's talk, but it's, again, I'm not a logician as such. I have, of course, training in logic, but I work on natural language semantics. So it's just my way of sort of trying to add something from another discipline.
Actually, I know, because your discipline is so your area of interest is about the relation between semantic and pragmatic, not the syntax and semantic. There is this switch of the point of view, treating or talking about natural languages. No,
well, I do truth conditional semantics. It's just a contextual semantics. So I use truth conditions, but for something much more pragmatic-y, yes.
I know that your semantic is compositional. You repeat it a lot of time in your books, or in many points you have talked about the possibility of using compositional semantic also in pragmatical context.
Yes, I mean, it's not compositional yet, but the assumption is that any semantics of natural language has to be compositional. So it's compositional in a sense in which Szabo talks about any natural language having to be compositional, or it's
having to be.
Also, it's a methodological principle. There's no point doing semantics if you don't make that assumption. And then by kicking it higher up to the level of conceptual structure, you can have compositionality, because the units which enter into this composition are very different. They are conceptual.
Okay. Yes. Actually, I didn't want you to criticize a person who's not here today, but just the contrast, not to understand what do you mean for dynamical in contrast to other ways of interpreting epistemological question, as we have seen in the next day, and you have manifested the difference 2 days ago. Just this. In your work, in a general sense, I like very much that you try to not to exclude, so to say, the possibility of this kind of compositional semantics, quite classic, but also a kind of internalist position and differential semantics from the other point of view. So I don't see this departure of the two directions in your work and generally. So it seems me that you try to maintain the main tenets of the two positions, and they are not in direct contrast. And I like it personally very, very much, and I find that so. Quite some innovative way of treating the problem.
Well, it's not entirely. I mean, some default semantics is novel, but I have to acknowledge the tradition of post-Griceans, because, of course, the first people who would go beyond were people such as relevance theorists, Sperber and Wilson, who would say that it's not the proposition pertaining to the sentence that matters, but the proposition that can be expanded, which can be further sort of, or Recanati called it, modulated. So I took it one step further by saying that you not only can expand the logical form, and you don't even have to have slots in it, like you have, in lexicals, you have a slot, you know what to add from pragmatics, but you can expand it even without slots. I went one step further by saying that you not only expand it or complete it, but you can also override it with a different logical form, because my theory is the theory of main primary meanings, and these primary meanings can be either explicit or implicit. So really, a lot of the credit for starting that movement will have to go, well, first of all, later Grice in Further Logic, when he started talking about disambiguation reference assignment, but then relevance theorists and François Recanati. But then, of course, they disagree with my step, because they said that one thing is modulation, where your semantics is still compositional, just the units on which it operates are pragmatic. Whereas for me, it's the unit which is compositional, but it's very, very different. So that's that big step.
I think it's quite clear in your book. So about conversational implication. The last one was 2016 or 17. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, the meaning in linguistic interaction. Yeah, I'm glad you find it clear. Yeah, I had.
Yeah. Here is much more clear this change of the frame. So this brighter frame that you adopt. But entering a little bit in the specific topics of your last talk, actually there was also the director of the School of Philosophy that was very interested. It was with us on Monday. He's specialized also in cognitive sciences, but he had not the possibility of asking you something, and today can't be with us because of personal so things to do, personal.
Oh, I'm happy to answer an email. So I'm delighted when people send me.
Okay, I will tell him, because he wrote me explicitly about the interest he had in your talk. But
what's his name?
Mauricio Molina.
Okay, I remember. Thanks.
I will put you in contact anyway. And about your last talk, so this contrast between the representation of time in fundamental physics on the basis of the idea of a block universe that had quite strong influence in the representation of time and all the last century's imaginary about the time in physics. So I mean, sometimes explicitly affirmed as such, sometimes more implicitly implied, but I found it so in many places. So. And the representation of time we give normally in our everyday language. And you talk about the possible continuity or the conformity of your explication with a physical idea of emergence of time in relation to pure structural property in theoretical physics as the basis. So I mean, the fundamental level has no time, as for example in some versions of loop quantum gravity and other theories, no, where time is something emergent, is not something fundamental in the fundamental equations. Okay, if I right understand.
Perhaps, because that's something, it's actually already published in Philosophia earlier this or last year, but okay, please keep speaking. It's just I wanted to show you that slide.
Ah, okay. Yes, I wanted to ask you if do you think there are some elements of continuity or compatibility between your interpretation of time and the representation of time in the two, so to say, into different linguistic milieus or contexts, so speaking and everyday language. Is there any compatibility with the theory of the thermodynamical nature of time? So I mean something else. Fundamentally, we don't have time in our fundamental equation, are just structural. There is time where there is heat, and when there is heat, there is movement. So you have time.
So you're asking about second law of thermodynamics and entropy?
Yes, of course. The second law of thermodynamics and the interpretation of the second law of thermodynamics in terms of time. So the time is where heat is. So
yes.
This is the thermodynamical interpretation of time.
This is complicated because I had one answer when I thought I was a B theorist of time, but now when I think of this symmetrical universe, well, the very basic answer will have to be this. I have this reductionist account, okay? So I want to know what time is, and I look at human time, then I look at language. And so that's my so-called horizontal reduction. But in order to understand this, I start with trying to understand the conceptual building blocks for languages, which give me semantic modality, all these detachments from the certainty, which are about the past, present, and future, and which are essentially symmetrical, because the account I come up with is you have a now, which again, you can think about events which are happening in our extended now as absolutely certain, and things which are less certain. It's sort of gradation, and the same about the past and the future, and it's all symmetrical. So I have this kind of modality here. Then epistemic modality ends up the same because it's just the degree of epistemic commitment. And then I want to go from there to metaphysical modality, metaphysical possibilities. So here it comes to the ideas about the expansion of the universe, which apparently can be, there are these views now that you can measure it in different ways. So if this is metaphysical modality, the possibility, metaphysical possibility or not, and measuring of the expansion, then you can equally, you can superimpose the same analysis grid onto this and that. But really, I would rather write to you about it, because this is the thesis. This is the thesis of this paper, and it's a sort of longer story. So I'm very happy to write to you about that. But essentially, okay. So there is no simple answer. On one hand, right, we can exist only in universes where with decreasing entropy, right? But then are there any universes where entropy can be increasing? Yes, we hear that they can, but then it's not my area. I don't know how to assess the arguments from people like Hugh Price, and whether to, just do that one bit according to entropy, or look at time from these two vantage point, that what is past can be future, and just think, okay, that's the metaphysical modality. And that story here gets complicated. Basically, in that paper, I'm looking for correlates between modality in these three domains.
Yeah, I understand.
But I'm sure you don't, because I myself don't yet. I wrote it as something, this paper as something to be continued.
Okay.
But my aim was to look for correlates. What could count as correlates between semantic, epistemic, and metaphysical modality? So I reply in an email then. or send you that paper.
Okay, no, I didn't want to say that I understand everything. I just wanted to say I understand the perspective you're adopting. So I understand, so to say, the fundamental tools that you are adopting, or the point of view you're adopting. So not that I understand perfectly the content. That's not.
These correlates are crucial, but I'll tell you more about it in an email.
Right.
There is this paper as well.
I just tell you, I was thinking about some concept that becomes quite difficult, but they have to do with another.
Yeah, the trouble is I can't do this corner. You see, I can't do this corner. That I can do these 4 bits.
Yeah.
I have this gist of what could count as correlates between these domains, but I can't do this because it's not my area. So that's the trouble with this kind of work.
Maybe. Do you think it could be useful to communicate directly with astrophysics or theoretical physicists?
Well, I talked to I gave this talk to physicists really several times in different places, but then they say they don't understand this bit and possibly not that bit. So it's I haven't found anyone yet. I had very good illuminating questions from people. For example, there is this Center for the Philosophy of Time in Milan. I had lots of physicists there, but nobody I could actually work with. So that is a problem. It would be very helpful if I could find a physicist who would work with me on that.
I've asked you about the thermodynamical conception of time because of this convergence, so to say, of the intuitive appeal of the idea of an arrow of time. No, there is the tomorrow. We are not, and tomorrow we have to reach it. It's not already here, and the past is back, and so this arrow of time. And how is it correlated with the only one law of physics that doesn't imply symmetry? Okay,
but there may not be an arrow.
Of the entropy, no, of the.
Yeah, but there may not be an arrow. Do you know McTaggart, the unreality of time?
Yes, of course.
You know, because normally in philosophy of time, philosophers are either A theorists or B theorists. But there is this growing idea, which started with one philosopher in Cambridge, that we should actually talk about C theory. Although McTaggart said that C series is not a time series, he's actually talking about C theory because for him, time doesn't have a direction. I wish I remembered his name, it will come back to me. But time doesn't have a direction precisely because depending from which direction you look at the universe, what's past becomes future. So that's what I said at the beginning of my answer that actually complicates my story. When I wrote my 2009 book, I was thinking all about, Stephen Hawking and entropy and arrow of time and human psychological arrow, he says, has to be the same as the arrow of thermodynamics. And all these free arrows have to point in the same direction. But now I'm just sort of rethinking all this, that of course they do, because we are humans, we can't exist in other universes. But the thing is, we can look at time from this external perspective too. So the correlates will be here important.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, go on, don't worry.
No, because I'll have to start talking about something I don't understand, namely the possibility of universes where, when you go throw a stone into the lake, then you have, the concentric circles going in, not out. And I don't know anything about that. So it's just simply I want to open it up to what we are told about philosophers of physics about this symmetrical universe. But about my account, the hardest bit was actually was epistemic modality, because, as I said, what this gives me, the degrees of epistemic commitment to an event that we talk about in language. These are degrees. If I say I go to London tomorrow, or I will be going, or I might go, I may go. These are different degrees of commitment, right? So this is something which, in my view, when I wear my linguist hat, I think we can measure, because we can either do big corpus study. In computational linguistics, we have big corpora, we'll have lots of data, and we can allocate numerical values on that scale. You have a scale, and this is I go, I will go, I might go, possibly I might consider going. All these are degrees of commitment. And if you look at big data of how people speak, you may be able to do it through proportions, through quantitative analysis. You may also be able to do it through neurosemantics. You can measure our activity of the brain while we speak. So this is doable in measurement, but then so if this is doable, then you get these degrees of epistemic commitment. But what these degrees tell you, that it is, commitment comes with different degrees, but it doesn't tell you if it's the past or the future. It goes from now, that way and that way. Because you may misremember things, you may not remember them correctly, so your degree of commitment changes. Like I was talking about this example, I remember buying food for dinner, or I may say, I remember I bought food for dinner. So I bought food for dinner, I may misremember, maybe somebody else did it, but buying is the activity I remember. So it's closer with the commitment. So it's misremembering, but it also goes the other direction. It goes into anticipating things more and less strongly. So I have this symmetrical time where future and the past have to be still somehow distinguished. Mm-hmm. To say that it's not just this detachment. So I have a separate story for that, which is again, I published it in 2013 paper, but I'm still thinking about it because it's not completely what I want. So that's hard.
Yeah, that's hard but interesting. I'm thinking about it. Okay. Right. Yeah, other fundamental question at the moment I don't have. So I would like to discuss a lot about the main principle of your work and so on, but it's not so pointedly so today. It's not so exactly so identifiable with a single topic. It would be
Lorenzo, you must be exhausted. You are chairing so many sessions that honestly we should probably finish because you must be exhausted. And I'll be very happy to give a talk on default semantics sometime to your students or to your faculty. Okay. I'm delighted when people are interested.
Wonderful. Then we will do it. Okay, because they're writing to me that they will enter for the next session in 10 minutes. About 10 minutes, 7 minutes.
So go and have some lunch, and I'm sure we'll meet again.
Yes, of course. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katarzyna Jaszczuk. We will talk again, and yeah, okay. I hope I gave you a little bit of feedback, and I hope to be as useful in a certain way. So helping you to explain yourself in some points, maybe important.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I knew you had some questions, so it's brilliant. But yeah, so let's finish now.
Okay, wonderful. Then we'll talk again, and thank you very much, Professor Jaszczuk, for being with us. And okay, now we'll close the session. Just a thing for everybody who's here. I'll show you briefly what we will see right now in a couple of minutes, or in first one at 2 o'clock till 2 to 4, Eleonora Cresto, una versión constructiva del teorema del jurado de Condorcet. Será en español, will be in Spanish. The second one, Grand Priest, from 20 to 4 to 5, Mission Impossible, about intentionality and hyperintentionality and impossible words. So, and then the evening, we will have the last session in the evening from 6 o'clock till 8 o'clock. Okay, that's all. Thank you everybody for your presence, and yeah, in 20 minutes, in 24 minutes, the new session. See you.